Welcome, everybody, to the opening round of the 2025 PCA Club Racing season. Porsche Club Racing is the premier one-make amateur series with 24 racers at the most storied and historic racetracks across North America. From air-cooled vintage cars to brand-new factory cup cars, the racing is exciting as drivers battle for championship points and podium finishes. I'm Greg Ginsburg, and joining me in the announce booth this weekend are Brian Donati and Dick Kelson. And this weekend, we're happy to bring you the 48 hours of Sebring. Almost cheated everybody out of 3 hours. The 48 hours of Sebring, presented by Champion Porsche, and as well as hosted by Suncoast and Gold Coast regions of the Porsche Club of America. Touching down at what was once known as Hendricks Army Airfield, a training site for B-17 Flying Fortresses and B-24 Liberator pilots. Now, for the last 75 years, it's been known by a very different name and has served a very different purpose. Starting with its first road race on New Year's Eve 1950, and then soon after the first ever United States Formula One Grand Prix, the concrete that once withstood the pounding of giant airframes has wreaked havoc on sports cars, both in sprint and endurance races ever since, rattling every last nut and bolt loose for longer than almost every other road course in America. Welcome, everybody, to our coverage. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon, Brian.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dick. Great to have you here as well.
It's great to be here.
And so as we've got cars out on track right now, we've give you a little bit of the lay of the land here. From 3.5 miles, 17-turn Sebring International Raceway. We have our first of 3 different sprint race groups heading out for qualifying right now. This is our yellow group. They have already had 2 practice sessions here so far today. But this is going to be their qualifying session for their sprint races, which they're going to have multiple sprint races on Saturday. And they're going out now. We're going to cover the 3 different sprint qualifying sessions here this afternoon for this yellow group, also for our green group and our red group. And then a little bit later this afternoon, starting at 7 p.m., we're going to have a sprint group for, regardless of which group these racers were in, a half-hour sprint race into the dark and into the dusk here at Sebring International Raceway.
Yeah, Greg, it looks like his first group that we've got out there right now, it's going to be about 52 cars. So a pretty big field in this first group going out here, led by Ryan McNabb and Ken Agina. Those are the first 2 cars that actually have gone out to start taking a lap. So eventually it will, start to get some drivers back in there. So you got to spread yourselves out and get yourself a pretty good lap here.
Yeah, indeed. And so the event here, Ken. And Ken.
That's one.
That's one down. There's. We'll talk about this. But Dick, we've got, about 160 entrants across our sprint races tomorrow, as well as multiple endurance races that we're going to be covering on Sunday as well. For the first part of the season here, this is a very good turnout that we have for Porsche Club, correct?
Yes, and the timing is good because many people were at Daytona last weekend.
Okay.
And we get some flow from that, which is helpful. But it's one of those tracks that everybody, anywhere who races, wants to do.
You talked about some of these individuals being up at Daytona. I was there last week and walked by the PCA club tent that they had. There was an abundance of people flowing in and flowing out of there. It was a great turnout there, so it was great to see them be able to make that way towards the center of the state here in Florida.
All right, so as our cars are out on track, and we're going to put our timing and scoring up in just a few moments. We've got a couple of issues getting that feed at the moment. The group that's on course right now, this yellow group, they are made up primarily of our 911 Cup cars. Those are for the air-cooled 911, so from 1978 to 1994. So essentially the SC, the Carrera, and of course the 964 chassis, which I think was the last of the air-cooled Porsches. And weight is primarily used as the balance of performance across those different years and different chassis and different engines. And so we've got a number of racers out here right now. I think close to 50 cars on track, and we'll get you some times here in the system in just a moment. as times they're starting to roll in. Unfortunately, we can't tell you yet who's actually setting those times because we've got some issues with the timing and scoring system. But you mentioned Brian, as Brian and I covered the PCA Potomac's
event there in September at Summit
Point Raceway. Thank you. A number of racers that we had seen there that have made their way down, and I'm sure plan on running a good portion of this season. There we go, as we've now got some timing coming in. We also have our ME1 class and some of our production classes as well. Currently, fastest driver out on course, and he is running in. He's running in a 2008 Porsche 997 in the ME1 class. That's for I think for Boxsters and Caymans. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dick. Or I'm sorry, in the H class. That's for the 996s and 997s from 99 to 01, 05 to 08. Also, the primarily Caymans and Boxsters as well. Ryan McGrath there with his 2008 Porsche 997, now sitting at the top of the timing with a lap time of 220. We'll call it a 225 even. It's a 224.998. And we'll start to break things down here by class for you as we have some more times come in.
And I tell you what, Ryan's been fast all weekend long, even this morning with the two practices I look, and he's kind of been at the top. Him and Ken and Gina in that number 5 machine in that spec 89 944 as well. Kind of right there at the top of the list. Throw Doug Grossman in that G class. He's in that 92 964. So again, another good lap there. About 4 seconds off Ryan McGrath. But I tell you what, these guys, and again, it's a warm day right now. Right? Didn't think I'd say that here in the end of January where I'd be. It's now a warm day. These guys, it's going to start to wear through, and you're going to see some degradation on these tires. Half-hour time limit here, Greg, on this qualifying. You got to go out and get it early.
Yeah, indeed. And so right now, early on, our fastest driver, we got a very large spec Boxster field here, Dick. I think we were 18 cars deep in spec Boxster. Rob Walker, currently your fastest driver on track. He represents he's representing the San Diego region and has come all the way from San Diego, California. And he is a retired software engineer, and he likes to say now he just likes tinkering on cars, and obviously doing a lot more than just tinkering to go to that early lead in that very big class. And he's got about a half second right now on the rest of the spec Boxster field. You're with Bernard Nussbaumer, your second fastest driver in the class currently. If we go and look at the 911 Cup cars and class, we've got Scott Gianu, currently your fastest driver. He's got a 233.5 as a fast lap time. He's in a 1982 Porsche 911 SC. With Dwayne Moses also in a 911 SC, currently 54 hundredths of a second back. We've got then Fred Beasley, who is in a 1980 911 SC, and he is about another 7 seconds back from there. And as you mentioned, Ken Agina, currently the class of the field in SP3, has almost 3 seconds on Gary Stanberry and the rest of the field.
And we saw Ken in that number 5 machine at Summit Point in September up there as well. So familiar with that car, watching that car, coming down here, getting that getting faster and faster with every lap out here on this racetrack. Again, we talked about the 77 Ryan McGrath in that H class, Greg in that number 77. We really only have 2. We've got him and we got Terrence Judge in the 159 machine. He got about a 3-second gap there in that. So Ryan McGrath not only setting the pace there in the H, in that H class, but basically overall, his time's starting to come down as the laps start to wind in. As we get into this 30-minute session, Greg, after about almost close to 12 minutes in right now and completing 3, maybe 4 laps at this point, you can see where as you start to get mixed up with other classes of cars, now those times start to come down. So as I said, you got to go out and you got to get it early.
And you'll notice on the left-hand side of your screen, we do have our ticker with a breakdown of the different classes, the different car numbers, as well as the lap times that the drivers are setting in. If you see them with their name in purple, it is showing that they are currently, well, the fastest in class. If the names are in blue, that means that they have just now set the fastest lap for their own personal best in the session. Exactly.
Yeah, so you'll see someone's name change probably 2 or 3 times during a qualifying session. Obviously, when you go out and run 1 or 2 laps, your second lap it'll always, pretty much stay white. And then as you get faster, you'll see it'll change blue, and then it'll go to purple. Hopefully, that's really what the drivers want to see, and then it could go back to that white again. So those names will fluctuate in color throughout this qualifying session as well.
And want to thank everybody who is joining us here on YouTube today, watching the stream, and I hope to be able to call out a bunch of you. See at least one name that I recognize. Brian, his name happens to be Mike Kelly. Wants to know where the live timing is. Well, we've got the live timing pinned to the top of the chat there. But if you're familiar with the Race Monitor application or website, you can find the live timing there. And it is, I believe, let me take a look and see exactly what we're calling it. It should be easy to pick out because, well, it's Porsche Club. It's the 48 hours of Sebring as opposed to the 45 hours, which is...
Greg gave them the 3 hours back.
That's exactly. So you can find it again on the Race Monitor app or race-monitor.com and go to the live timing, and it'll be pretty much towards the top there.
Looking at some of these other times, Greg, you were talking about, going through again, everybody pretty much in that same position they were at earlier on. So again, as warm as it is right now, it's probably, and I was looking at already. So again, it's only going to be a little bit warmer as the day goes on.
And of course, we're all Northerners. Dick is from Georgia. I'm from North Carolina. You're from Washington, D.C. All I know is I was down here for an event 3 weeks ago, and our first session of the day, it was a balmy 38 degrees. So a little bit easier for our drivers. And now it's only 82, right, Dick?
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look here at some of our classes. As Brian, you've mentioned Kenagina in SP3. That fairly substantial margin that he had on the rest of the field has dropped considerably. Gina in his 1989 Porsche 944 S2, now down to a 228.464. That is 1.8 seconds clear of this 8-car field. Tanner Market now with a 230.269. Gary Stanberry another 1.1 seconds back from there to 231.454. In the GT5 class, in the GT5 racers, that is an open class where it's essentially power to weight ratio that determines the speed. We've got for some of our older machinery, we've got a 1972 Porsche 914-6 driven by John Poor. That's the 555 car. And he currently has about a 5-second advantage over Brian Berry. Berry driving a 1973 Porsche 911.
Yeah, you mentioned Dwayne Moses. We're going to see him later on this afternoon as well, Greg, when we get to qualifying in that 9971 in our red class. So again, pulling double duty in most of these cars. Which is actually really good to see, because now you have where you've got, multiple cars, you've got the same driver handling a little bit differently. You've got more horsepower coming up later in our red group, Dick. So, really that takes a lot to come out to just a little bit of an underpowered car and then take that there. And then you've got to go back and forth. It does play with your mind a little bit with, different aspects of this racetrack. And as the day goes on, that, those tires are going to change between the two cars.
Particularly with the temperatures we're looking at right now.
Yeah.
All right, currently your fastest driver in in SP1, and he's just crossed the stripe, completing his 4th flying lap. So he's starting lap 5. is Paul Heptig with a qualifying time of 2:40.868. That is 1.3 seconds clear of William Miller. Both of them driving 944s and in SP1. So Heptig, I love this. He's out of Argyle, Texas. He says, tells us that his occupation, he is a lawyer, an intellectual property attorney, but he also considers his occupation drinking red wine. So I guess we're probably gonna see him at the social tonight.
No doubt, no doubt.
There's gonna be a social tonight that starts over at the Gallery of Legends building this evening, just before our 7 o'clock evening sprint race. Hopefully. Hopefully he picks one over the other and doesn't decide to combine the two.
They're going to check IDs and wristbands at the door, just to
Good one.
to make sure that nobody goes there first.
That's right. On the bright side, I've heard that the Porsche designed cup holders typically aren't the tops in the industry, but.
Well, you know, Greg, you talk about Heptig. At one point, Richard Bennett in that 16 machine, he was up in second.
Right.
William Miller in that 173, that was his fastest lap.
Right.
And then Bennett goes his best lap on the lap 5 of this qualifying. So those cars getting faster as the laps go on. And then Heptig just kind of, minding his own business there, just trying to get the most out of what he can, setting himself up. It looks like some of them are going to be in a little bit of traffic going through, so it's going to be hard to get that lap as the time winds on here with just about 11 and a half minutes left.
Yeah, indeed. And so Heptig, who was the 2000, actually, I don't know, I think it was the 2022 runner-up in the GTC 3 National Championship, and Bill Miller, who was I think a podium finisher in 2014. Also the class champion in 2023 and 2024 in SP1. So again, some stout competition here. Richard Bennett, is, I think you mentioned, is only about 0.2 of a second back from Heptig and Miller at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you get a little bit of that break there. Those cars end up, getting a better lap and closing that gap. What you really don't want to do in qualifying, because it's really about getting the best lap you can to get ready for these sprint races tomorrow, and that is you don't want to be going in some of these turns side by side. You want to be going in nose to tail and to be able to helping get all of that information. So again, if you're starting to fight one of these other cars in a different group, something you really don't want to do, it's a matter of letting them go and then a matter of getting in behind them and utilize some of that draft.
All right, Brian, real quick, let's make a quick call to the grid for our next group.
Green group to the grid, please. Green group to the grid, please. And we've had a request for, if you find the keys to a Ford somewhere, turn it into the Gallery of Legends so it can go back to the real owner.
So, should be easy to pick out a Ford in this group.
I was going to say, are they throwing keys away now to different OEMs there? Don't you know you can't?
All right, so we now have about 9.5 minutes remaining in the qualifying session. So we'll be making a couple more calls to the grid to get that next group up. As we take a look at the G class, where Michael Gershon, now your fastest driver in the class, he's got a 2-minute 27.9. That is 3/4 of a second up on Doug Grossman, with Colin Doherty currently running in third. Gershon's in a 2001 Porsche Boxster S, whereas Crossman in a 964 RS America, and then Colin Doherty in a 944 Turbo Cup car. I think you can't have any more diametrically different chassis running at the front of that G class at the moment. And then I believe we go when David Nissenbaum, currently running fourth, also in an early Boxster, 2000 Boxster.
Some of our guys going a little bit faster there. We drop back and we cover this SP1 group. Richard Bennett, again, going past William Miller. Move Richard Bennett in that 16 machine up into second in SP1. Move William Miller back. Bennett going his fastest the last 2 laps. So again, that car starting to come in a little bit better as he's starting to get into open space. Richard Bennett now crossing the start-finish line. It's being overtaken by one car headed down into turn 1. Got that move over flex. So again, as I talked about, something you don't want to do is to be going in side by side in some of these critical positions on this racetrack, definitely down in the hairpin. You don't want to go side by side down in there, because that basically takes almost half a lap to get back around to get you back up to speed. When these guys starting to wind down here a little bit, Greg. It's like you said, just under 7.5 minutes left to go. Most of these guys completing 7-8 laps already.
All right, I don't know if we can pick this up on camera, but I've got word of a car that is off over by turn 16, the final corner, before you come onto that long Ullman straight, that they've got local caution over there.
Not seeing anything there. Not seeing anything on that camera.
Yeah, well, certainly.
May have been there and then ended up getting started, just haven't called back in.
All right, Dick, real quick, let's make another call to the grid for the next group, because we are getting word now that with that car off down by 16, they're going to be checkering this session a few moments early.
As in right now.
Yes.
Checker is out. Green group. That's your last call to the grid for your qualifying session. Green group to the grid.
All right, so there you go. Let's take a look. And Dick, so we ended this session a little bit early so they can send emergency services workers out to check and get that car. So we're going to run things down here by class at the end of this. Is our qualifying session for our yellow group. They are going to be on track for their first of 2 sprint races tomorrow at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. And of course, we'll be bringing you all that action here on PCA's YouTube channel. So let's run down the qualifying order here. Fastest driver on track was Ryan McGrath from the H class. And Ryan turned in a qualifying time of 2 minutes, 24 seconds, .988, which he did on his second flying lap. Terrence Judge in a 964 C2 machine, the number 159 car, was second fastest in H, about 4 seconds in arrears. In GT5, John Poor in his 914 6-cylinder was your fastest driver with a qualifying time of 2:31.034. Brian Berry, second fastest, about 5 seconds back from there. In SP3, Greg Rochik moves to the top of the order there, Brian, at the very end of the session, pipping Kenagina, the driver of the number 320 Porsche 944 S2, that's a 1991 chassis, turned in a time of 2:26.344, 2 seconds up on the 944 S2 of Agena. Tanner Market, third fastest. Greg Stanberry, fourth fastest. In the 911 Cup class, in his 1982 911 SC, we had Dwayne Moses turn in a time of 2:30.253, about 3 seconds up on Scott Gianu, with Fred Beasley, third fastest in the class. And then we move over to the very large Spec Boxster class. Again, we have 18 drivers that have put in qualifying times, Dick, for Spec Boxster. Rob Walker, your fastest driver on track, with a qualifying time of 2:30.084, about a full second clear of Bernard Nussbaumer in the 0001 Boxster. Alex Awe in the number 79 car, third fastest, only 0.8 of a second back from there than Sean O'Brien. Dan Rubel, your top 5. In class, in his Porsche 944, he turns in a time of 2:40.868. Richard Bennett, about a half second back from there. William Miller, Pete Yusko, and Greg Lee, third, fourth, and fifth. And then let's move over to Gene Raimondi, who is our only ME1 driver. He turned in a 2:35.835 in his 2004 Porsche Boxster. And then finally the G class, where Michael Gershon turns in the fastest time in his Porsche Boxster, puts in a 2:27.920, Doug Crossman, 7/10 of a second back from there. And then we had Colin Doherty, another 3/10 back from there. But I'll tell you, guys, between Colin Doherty and David Nissenbaum, only 43 one-thousandths of a second separating them at the end of qualifying. That's going to be a race to watch tomorrow in G, with Jordan Simon another 7/10 of a second back there in 5th. All right, so let's do this. Let's take a quick little break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our second group of the day out for qualifying. That is our green group. But first, we've got some bills to pay. Thanks to partners and sponsors. You are watching the 48 Hours of Sebring. We'll be right back.
Champion Porsche is the proud presenting sponsor of the PCA 48 Hours of Sebring. Since our founding in 1988, our passion for luxury and performance has turned our Poplar Beach home into the largest and top-ranked premier Porsche center in America. Today, Champion Porsche buys, sells, and services Porsche vehicles of all types and serves as a central hub for all things Porsche and Porsche Motorsport. Whether you're located in South Florida or around the world, visit us online at champion-porsche.com or check out our motorsports offerings at championmotorsport.com.
TuneRS Motorsports is a proud sponsor of the Porsche Club of America and the 48 Hours of Sebring. Since 2008, our Center for Porsche in Coral Springs, Florida has served as a Porsche hub and has also ventured into performance and reliability parts engineering and manufacturing. Our pro motorsports experience around the world means our parts are race-proven and street reliable. Visit our websites at tunersmotorsports.com or tunersmall.com to shop and learn more today.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire, is happy to be supporting Club Racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow Track Day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Partners of Club Racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Narrow Escape Motorsports is an independently operated company in Charlotte, North Carolina, the product of 30-plus year Porsche Club of America members. Originally a race team, Narrow Escape Motorsports, spelled N-A-R-O, started fabricating and selling small specialty racing parts in 2012 before growing into the racing and safety parts supplier it is today. Our products and services are designed to serve you, just as they have our racing, road rally, and hill climb teams. Contact us at Narrow Escape Motorsports to shop and learn more.
And welcome back to Sebring International, everybody. It is the 48 Hours of Sebring presented by Champion Porsche and the Suncoast and Gold Coast regions of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Dick Kelson and Brian Donati. And next up, well, you can see it on the screen there, or you could have seen it on the screen. We have our green group racers heading out on track. We've got many of our GT classes heading out, as well as the I and J. And we saw Spec Boxster in the last group. Now we've got Spec 997 heading out as well, as they are now on their outlaps. These are, as you can see, 25-minute qualifying sessions, and we'll have our first laps here in probably about 2 minutes or so.
Yeah, a lot of guys going out and getting bunched up, Greg. I'm a little shocked by that. I mean, I know you want to get out and get going. You can see here on our screen, you got guys trying to get underneath each other, and I know this is just the outlap, but I would think give yourself some space. It's qualifying. You don't need a partner. You'll be able to power out of this, right? I mean, I guess I'm a little confused why we're bunching up here. Just go ahead and give yourself some space. Get in there, set that fast lap.
So Dick, I've spent a lot of time watching classes with much lower horsepower, of course, but very highly draftable, like a Spec Miata, for example, with other organizations. Mm-hmm. Now, in a group like this, where you have primarily, well, you've got a number of Cayman chassis, also 911 chassis, do we see here a large amount of drafting, like in qualifying, for example, where we do see where these drivers are staying very bunched up as opposed to giving themselves a little bit of room here before they start their first flying laps?
Not really, but in my opinion is it's ego showing through, and you go out there and you want to go fast, and maybe after a lap or two you say, wait a minute, this is not what I'm
if that's the case, what I'm going to do is when they come across the line, I'm going to let everybody know who the outlap champion was here in this session.
Obviously, hopefully it's the first guy that went off the grid, because which I believe should be Max DeAngelis, should have been the first one to go off the group in that GT2, in that 718 Cayman. So hopefully he's the first one that crosses the start-finish line. He's going to have the best lap because he has nobody around him. Hopefully.
All right, well, we've got our first cars coming out of, or actually going into the Sunset corner, into the Sunset Bend, coming underneath that WeatherTech bridge and onto the front straight to now start their very first flying laps. And for the moment, well, it's Chris Dooley. Congratulations. Momentarily, you are the outlap champion.
As everybody else goes, it's dropping even further.
And we are starting to see here, at least these drivers now giving themselves maybe 3/4 of a car length as they're going and setting out times. And I should mention here that the order in which these drivers left our grid and went out on track was based on the times from the last practice session today. So it's not as if we have some of the fastest drivers on course starting at the very back of the field and having to work through 30 or 40 different cars.
Right.
You're going to have a mix, and you'll have people that didn't make the practice sessions.
Correct.
Right.
So,
or saved it from the last practice session. Went out this morning and then didn't do it. But your opening lap there, Brad Weber, he's your champion.
Congratulations, Brad.
So he's your outlap champion today.
There you go. Brad's racing in GTB1 this weekend. And that's either for 3.4 liter Cayman S's or for the 3.6 liter 911s. Basically, no chassis newer than 2016, I believe. There, and that is for cars with any tires, so not necessarily limited to the Pirelli tires, who are our one of PCA's and PCA Club Racing's major sponsors. But there is. And also, it doesn't appear as though there are any huge restrictions as far as suspension setup or spring rates that they can run.
Yeah, you're starting to get them spread out now, which I think is a good thing. So you're going to see definitely these times. I think, as Dick mentioned, the ego on that outlap wanted to be that champion right away, and now they thought better of it. So you know what? Maybe it's probably a good idea they back off here a little bit.
Well, Brad, Brad may have been our outlap champion, but fastest driver no more. Going to the top of the leaderboard, at least for the moment, is it Jens Hansen or Jens Hansen? I would assume it's Jens, in a GT4 RS, a brand new GT4 RS. And that is in the GTD3 class, and that's for Cayman GT4 RS Club Sports. Must have the Pirelli tires and must conform to the Porsche specifications under which they were sold. So essentially a spec class. But for a car that is essentially a race car for the street, there you go.
He also won national championships in 2019, 21, 22, and 23. So, four-time national champion there as well. And you're right, and it is Jens.
All right, and we do have a local caution, and you can see in our camera here, you can see some of the smoke over there. That is over at the hairpin, turn number 7, and trying to get the number, I believe. The number I heard was, I thought it was 551, but it might have been 951 of Andrew Burke in the GTB1 Cayman. We'll try to get some confirmation on that. The car has come to a standstill off on the side of the track. So we've got the local caution right now over at the hairpin, but I believe we are green flag here everywhere else. Oh, actually, we're getting word that it was simply a brake lockup, and he's got the car back underway.
Yeah, he's just now moving out of, I guess, 6, coming up into 7 there. So, white machine that really got hard on the binders going again. And again, that's so easy to overdrive, especially if you're following somebody or you're just not sure where that entry is. As soon as you come up underneath that bridge, you can overcook the brakes really, especially in a qualifying session. It's easy to do.
And I want to thank Rich Tillotson, who's in the chat, giving some perspective as to why some of the racers would be bunching up and gridding up early on. But essentially, again, trying to get the grid as clear as possible, also to compress it. There is more open track if need be, so the racers can spread out there. But of course, he points out that as soon as the racers leave the grid, that track is, the track is hot. There is passing, and you want to make sure, obviously, that you're predictable to the racers behind you.
Yeah, I mean, even when they come out and they come down the pit lane there before they go out, down at the end of pit lane, the flagman across from the start finish line, he's already got the green flag out.
Right.
Yeah.
It's already out the minute they even get out to there. So, yeah.
All right, so let's take a look now here. As we've got a couple of laps in the books now, most of our racers now having turned in 2 flying laps. And we'll start off with GTB1, where Ed Dunn is your fastest driver at the moment. Qualifying time, 2:19.474. That's 1.4 seconds up on Del Rey, with Francis Florido currently sitting third, another 0.11 of a second back from RA. Kyle Hoyer, another 0.3 back from there. In GT3, John Dunsky with a time of 2:23.844 in his 2006 Porsche Cayman S. He's got a 1.4 second advantage over Charles Liu with Rafael Serralta. 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport, time of 2:18.234. Brian, that is 6/1000ths of a second clear of Mark Cook. So we then have Max DeAngelis 1 second back from there. 5 racers in the class. In Spec 997, we've got Weston Jessic and Walker Jessic, and they are currently separated by 0.8 of a second.
I think they were actually right there. This is part of this nose-to-tail battle that I was talking about early on. Both of those drivers trying to stay close together. Again, they're battling each other, so I would assume you want to stay close to each other.
All right, over in GTD3, we talked about Jens Hansen, your fastest driver, still holding on to fastest time in that class at a 2:09.37, and that is 1.2 seconds clear of Jeffrey Isringhausen. He's one of our sponsors here this weekend, Dick.
they support us in more ways than one.
Indeed, and we've got Mark Calzaretta currently third fastest, only 88 one-thousandths of a second from there. In GT4, Claudio Kempf with a 2:22.6, a couple seconds clear of Jose Roque in his Porsche 911. And we've got a couple of other drivers, Kenny Murillo from, I think, Murillo Motorsports, running in a G-Class 2009 Porsche Cayman. That's the orange, number 26, and I believe he's sharing that car with another driver who's going to be running in a different race group, basically. And actually, I think that we might have just seen that car.
Went by.
Yeah, coming through turn 6 and heading into the braking zone here over at turn 7.
Them there going by now. So. A lot of these cars, a lot of these drivers, Greg, you know, we talked about earlier on, we saw in September. So seeing them out here again, seeing them coming down here, most of them are from down here, but seeing them down in this area racing out here on this iconic racetrack is just so nice to see it again. You talked about it in the opening there, having over 160 some cars here already. This is just a fantastic start to the 2025 season.
Yeah, you know, and Dick, this racetrack, I think, I also made mention of having to nut and bolt a car and, you know, and essentially rattling cars to the point where they fall apart. Obviously, you know, over the course of a 12-hour endurance race, as we see each and every year here from Sebring. But drivers have, even for these sprint races, you know, if they're typically racing other tracks, like at least down here in the South, like a Daytona or a Homestead, or, you know, as you work your way up the East Coast, this track itself presents some very serious challenges, not only to your racing style, but also to your ability to prep a race car.
Yes. You've got to be ready for different types of surfaces all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's, you know, as we're watching here as racers come into the Sunset Bend up at turn 17, and as we now switch and watch them coming underneath the bridge here, you can see the amount of bouncing that these cars and compression that the suspensions have to handle. And it was interesting. So before we went on air earlier today, I got a chance to talk with Connor Henderson, who is the head of marketing for PCA.org, for Porsche Club of America. And he and his father are from the Washington, D.C. area. We met them last fall. And he talked about how today their big task in order to get their race car on track was that they had to go find a new battery for one of the two cars. And the reason they had to find a new battery is that the car was bouncing around so much on track, it actually dislodged the ground wire from the battery, which then touched the positive cable from the battery, which caused some very major electrical issues for their Porsche, as it would for most race cars. And, you know, and again, that's one of the things that isn't all that uncommon here at Sebring.
No, and it's part of the charm of Sebring. We always would tell people that, you can be having a really good lap and you get a little off to one side,
right,
and the surface will just...
Yeah, you know, and we'll see, you know, for example, when we start racing here, that section, that Sunset Bend, that last corner, there are so many different lines that you can take through there, but they all have their perils and pitfalls as you go through there. You can turn in early and worry about the car because of the bumps washing you out if you get to the wall on driver's left onto the front straight. You can take a wider set, in which case there's very little grip out there because there's maybe not a lot of rubber down. It's always a challenge here.
And I lived here for quite a while in Tampa, and a good friend of mine who was a racer said to me, there's about 20 different ways to go through that turn, and they're all wrong.
Exactly. All right, real quick, Dick, we're just about 15 minutes into this qualifying session. Let me play those annoying tones, and we'll make a call to the grid for the next group.
Red group to the grid, please. Red group to the grid.
All right, let's take a look here. As we just had, I think it was the 56 machine come down the pit lane. And of course, it wouldn't be the 56 because we don't have a 56 out there, or on the pit lane for that matter. I'll get that number in just a moment. But Brian, it looks like still that GTD 3 class, not seeing a lot of new fast laps put in there. So it's still Hansen, Isringhausen, and Calceretta separated by about 1.3 seconds. And in GTD 2, Max DeAngelis just turns in his personal best, moves to within about 85 hundredths of a second of Rami Farid for second fastest in the class. In GT3, Raphael's probably a 228.32. He's still about 3 seconds back from Charles Liu in the battle for second in GT3. In GTB1, Ed Dunn and Kevin Sear have just now turned in their own personal bests. They're separated by 0.7 of a second. Dunn driving a 2014 Cayman S. Kevin Sear in a 2012 Cayman S. And again, we're starting to see a lot of drivers here pick up some more time. But I think probably, if we look through most of these classes, I think what we're starting to see is, at least in the mid-pack, time's not quite as quick as what we saw in the practice earlier today, simply because the temperatures here have risen quite a bit.
Right, I was going to say seriously rising up, and really the group that's really kind of making, as the session goes on, the faster laps is that GTB1 class. So again, a lot of guys getting their fastest laps really in lap 6 and lap 7. Talk about the GTB1, Ed Dunn goes even faster that lap there with a 2:17.532. So that car starting to get a little bit faster.
And where was Ed in the last practice session of the day?
Let me just see. I think he may have been in, let's see, we'll have to find him at the last practice session where he was within that group, a little bit further down. So,
okay,
again, got a little bit faster right now. So, again, go back, take the car back after the second practice, go through it, see what you got, and make some changes for this.
Ed is a very experienced driver and a very good driver, and I believe he is still with the Midwest Eurosport team out of the Chicago area.
Yeah, he ran a 2:18.412 in the last practice. So
so he's found quite a bit of time. So he's found about a little bit over a half, actually 3/4 of a second since the practice.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Dick, we are now, we've got, my timing and scoring paused on me, but if I look up at the screen, we've got just a little touch over 10 minutes remaining in the session. Why don't we make another call to the grid for the next group?
Okay. Red group to the grid, please. Red group to the grid.
Yeah, I think our timing here has it still listed as 30 minutes. I'm not sure if they're going that full 30 or do they scale that back to 25 to get those in. So I think we met. Yeah, I think we're only going 25 minutes here, so that we take that extra 5 minutes to get that group in here. So the timing and scoring shows, right at the 10-minute mark, which would be that 30 minutes. So we probably got about 5 minutes left.
About 5 minutes remaining. Real quick, Dick, we talked about Rick Tillotson in the chat a little bit earlier. He said he's going to stop up and say hi tomorrow when he's going to swing by. You'll have to introduce us.
Well, he can walk up. He doesn't have to swing. He can walk up.
Or, assuming it's working, he can take the elevator, which probably would be preferable, I think, for most of us.
I'm taking the stairs every chance I get.
And we've got in the chat, Challenger Jet Driver. Thanks for the broadcast. You're very welcome. And we're glad to do this. Should also mention that we are going to be, so far we are scheduled to also announce PCA events at Road Atlanta. And next up will be Virginia International Raceway, March 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. And so mark your calendars. Then we'll be back on the air here on the Porsche Club YouTube channel. Dick will be with joining Brian and I once again. Actually, will you be at VIR, or we'll have you at
Road Atlanta.
Road Atlanta.
My other home track.
That's it. And we'll be at Road Atlanta April 11th and 12th.
So again, three and a half minutes probably left in this. And just as I say that, Greg, here comes the starter, as we always do. He's got the checkered flag in his hand. Now he hasn't waved it yet, but he's looking around.
He's waiting.
He's thinking about it, right? He's waiting for a car. Actually, I think the next car that comes by. Well, no, there goes one coming down into your screen right now. He didn't get that, so I think the next couple cars that come out of 17 and head down there, you'll see they may be getting it.
Yeah, maybe coming out in a few months. I've got race control in the ears. I'll let you know when that comes up. Still sitting at the top of the order. We've got the top 5 drivers all in the GTD3 class, and it is Jens Hansen, your fastest, and sounds like possibly one of the next cars coming by is going to get the checkered flag, with Jeffrey Instringhausen, Mark Calzaretta, and I haven't seen Hansen, Isringhausen, or Calzaretta turn in any new fast laps in the last couple. Matter of fact, I think Jens Hansen pulled.
Jens Hansen has pulled off earlier. I think he only completed 5 laps, so I think he got the most out of that car with that 209.375. Greg, I think he's going to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, indeed. Isringhausen and Calzaretta, I believe, are still out circulating, but again, haven't been able to improve. They're separated by 88 one-thousandths of a second, but still about 1.2 seconds back from Hansen. Then in GTD1, Griff Esplund, your fastest driver, in his Cayman GT4 Club Sport. That's 2016 model, so I guess a 981 chassis. That is the 087 car. He's turned in a 216.47. And there we go. Checkered flag now in the air. And let me see where Griff is. Griff about 3.3 seconds up on Nicole Robichaux, and then another 0.3 back to Jimmy Martin. But with the checkered flag out, of course, the last flying laps here will count. We'll get a rundown here with the finishing times for our racers. Have received word that the 5-minute warning has been given on the grid for our next group. So real quick, Dick, let's quickly play the chimes and tell people to hurry up and get to the grid.
Red group, last call. You're late. Red group, last call.
Some could argue we were late, but we'll work on that. We'll work on that timing as well. All right, looks like most of the drivers now heading into the pit lane, not coming to the checkered flag. A couple of them coming onto the front straight. I think we've got a couple coming out of Sunset Bend now and onto the straight. There they go across the line. So let's start running down some times here. We talked about GTD3 with Hansen, Isringhausen, Calzaretta. Also, Roland Krantz about 1.5 seconds back from that trio. In GTD1, we talked about Griff Esplund with his 3.3 second advantage over Nicole Robichaux, and Jimmy Martin 0.3 back from there. In SP 997, Spec 997, Walter Jessic with an 0.8 of a second advantage over Weston Jessic. In GTD2, Mark Cook actually turns in his fastest lap on the last lap of the session. The GT4 Club Sport driver turns in a 216.906. That is his fastest by about 0.05 of a second. Rami Farid is your second fastest driver in the class. He's going to be 0.28 of a second back from Cook. Max DeAngelis, another 0.3 back from there in a 5-car field. In GT3, John Dunsky in his 2006 Porsche Cayman S launches a 223.162, 2 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Charles Liu and Rafael Serralta, second and third fastest in the 5-car field. In GTB1, Ed Dunn in his 2014 Porsche Cayman S turns in a 217.5. about 9/10 up on Kevin Sear. Angus Rogers, another second back from there. Big field in GTB1 this weekend, something we're going to continue to watch. 17 cars deep. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our green group. Next up, our final qualifying session of the afternoon and the final session before we take a little bit of a break. But speaking of breaks, let's pay some bills. Thanks to some of our partners and sponsors. We'll be back with more qualifying action here at the 32nd annual 48 Hours of Sebring here on Driver's Eye Live. We'll be back in just a few moments. Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control.
Featherlight Coaches blends yacht-quality materials and components with leading-edge technology to help craft the ultimate motor coach. Our experience and knowledge gained from hundreds of builds is evident in the beauty and luxury of every motor coach, delivering quality luxury for the open road. Our build's stunning looks are just the tip of the iceberg for the signature Featherlight yacht-quality fit and finish. Visit us at featherlightcoaches.com to shop and learn more.
Get ready for the Rumble. PCA Club Racing will be at Virginia International Raceway, one of the country's premier road courses and racing venues, for 3 days of racing, March 21st through 23rd. In addition to standard club racing national points, it will also be a points race for the Club Sports Series, the Vintage Series, and the 911 Cup. There will also be a solo HPDE group for those who want to participate in either a street car or in a controlled passing environment. Visit clubregistration.net for more details and to register.
Porsche Club of America welcomes all Porsche clubs, owners, and enthusiasts to join us as we celebrate PCA's 70th anniversary at the 9th Annual Works Reunion Amelia Island on March 7th, the Friday preceding the Amelia Island Concours d'Elegance. We invite you to come to the Amelia River Club to see a breathtaking array of Porsches, from rare to current models and everything in between. Our featured cars this year are the 912 and Targa models. PCA created Works Reunion as an event to celebrate both the Porsche marque and the camaraderie of being an enthusiast. This is not a contest of who has removed dust from the deepest crevices in their Porsche, but rather a judged show that rewards a Porsche that has been lovingly maintained and presents itself well on the field. Our judges do not use Porsche Parade Concours score sheets, but rather rank the cars according to certain attributes discussed prior to judging. This is a casual gathering of Porsche enthusiasts focused on having fun rather than solely competition. To learn more and register, please visit worksreunion.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
Welcome back, everybody, to Sebring International Raceway. It is the 32nd annual 48 Hours at Sebring. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Dick Kelson and Brian Donati. I was almost called you Larry McLeod. Wasn't going to do that.
I'm a right-hander.
All right, and this is going to be our final qualifying session of the day. We are going to be back in a couple of hours. We are going to be on air. We have a 30-minute in sprint race into the dusk here at Sebring International Raceway, and that is going to be a that's going to be a hoot, as we're going to have so many of our drivers having to provide not only their stock lighting systems, but I think in many cases some auxiliary lighting, because, well, this ain't the 12 hour, and it's going to be dark in some of these sections here, as you can imagine. Here still at the end of January, in what is normally a very dark Sebring in the middle of the night. But out on track right now, we've got some more of our GT classes. We've got GT1 and GT2, which is primarily a power-to-weight class. I think we had somebody in the chat earlier who said those neat to see that they're using power-to-weight as a balance of performance. Here we've got GTA3 for the Porsche 991 factory race cars, and GTA4, which is for the later 992 chassis. We also have GTC3, which are for the Porsche 996 chassis Cup cars, as well as GTC4 for the 997s. Actually, there are two different classes, GTC4 and 5, and I think the major difference is what series of the 997 chassis they were. GTC4 is for the 2006 to 2009, GTC5 for 2010 to 2014. And then we've got GTC6 for the 991 Cup cars, the 2013 to 2016 machines.
But that doesn't include the Super Cup cars. Those are not in this group. So.
Yep, indeed. And then GTC7 and 8 for the later 991 and 992 cars. So 2017 to 21 for GTC7, GTC8 2022 to 2024. So, Brian, should we continue calling out the outlap champion here?
Well, this group here is going to have 40-some cars, so we've got a little bit, a couple minutes here before they all get across that start-finish line. I think that 41 go out, so we'll see. We'll see who go out. Right now, Andreas Leon is the fastest one right now. But again, 44 cars actually, I think, went across the start-finish line through the pit lane to go out. So, again, this is a group here that. Pretty decent sized group across the board. These are the ones that you would normally see out here getting the most out of everything they can. Again, another group that's got to get everything done early. These cars will start to go away, within that 25-minute time limit, right? These cars are set up, really for an enduro, but at some point your fast lap will start to go away. It's not like you will get faster. We saw in the earlier groups where as the laps went on, those drivers got faster. I think you'll see them start to average out their time. So within the first 3 to 4 laps, I think is where you're going to see a driver get the most out of what his car has.
Yeah, and Dick, I was going to ask you about that. For these primarily Cup cars, of course, the qualifying session here today is about 25 minutes. The races tomorrow are about the same length, so about 30 minutes or so in length. Do these racers run and have challenges about running off the rear tires on the cars? Is that, or again, since most of these cars are really, they've been built to run much longer endurance races and something more than a short 30-minute sprint.
Yeah, you still see a fair amount of tire change between sessions.
Okay.
Yes, this place is hard on tires.
Right.
That's
exactly.
Concrete. Yep.
Yep. So exactly. So typically you're not going to see towards the end, towards the end of a session here, where the rear ends are just going to start to get away from these cars. Maybe the front ends, maybe they will start to push a little bit at the end. But that's actually very good insight. That Brian and I cover a lot of other club racing organizations, and a lot of times you will see where racers on a budget are looking to make some of the consumables like tires last multiple races over the course of the weekends. We'll likely see, at least in this group here with these Cup cars, probably a new set or a scrubbed set of tires for each one of the races.
If they can race a Cup car, they can buy tires.
They can buy
I was going to say, I would imagine that every time they hit the racetrack here, they're bolting on a new set of tires because, Greg, as you were talking about, with the 25 minutes, in this qualifying, it's an additional 5 minutes for the sprint races. It's where they go into the enduro side of it is where they tend to, maybe get through with starting with a scuff set and then going with a new set at the end to help pick up the speed. But yeah, these cars are built for obviously the longevity. So as Dick just mentioned, if you can afford to race a Cup car, you're bolting new tires on every time you
single
hit the
time.
racetrack, so.
Exactly. All right, wanted to welcome Traveler to the chat here, and Traveler says 911s are always the best sounding cars on track, and I love this line more than anything else. A whole grid of them is an orchestra, and I think that is
true.
Absolutely, and we're sitting probably 100, 150 feet back from the track surface on the third floor of the tower here, and just the sounds that emanate up here and through the glass are just sublime.
I tell you, over the last couple of years, I've become a Porsche fan, especially on the IMSA side, just because of the sound of the car. They just sound so much different than your than your Chevrolets, or even in the GTD class, the Lexuses, or the Porsches just have that sound of just, I'm going fast whether I'm just sitting still or not, right? I mean, it just sounds that way. So I've really become a fan of these Cup cars, and seen a couple of them. My goal here this weekend is to sit in one. So I got to find a guy that's not very small.
That can be arranged.
Right. So, but I want to sit into one of these out there. So if somebody's watching the stream out there in the paddock or whatever, let me know. I want to sit in.
All I can say is Dick has a better chance of getting you hooked up than that. The only thing I could get you seated is a Corolla Cross this weekend. So.
Greg didn't hook me up with the Porsche rental car coming out here. So
sorry, guys.
But I want to sit in one. I want to, not that I'm going to buy one, but I've got a birthday present I got to buy for later this week. But
that's right.
I really want to sit in one just to see what it feels like and to see it. Because
let's request Rich Tillotson to bring his track car when he comes over to see us.
Well, there we go. Okay.
And Derek Muha in the chat says, getting out is the hard part.
Well,
just warning you.
Oh, great. Thanks, Rich. I could have done without that. I know I can get in. I can't get out of anything. I can't even get out of my go-kart.
I think he means more on an emotional thing, not as a physical thing. Although if you've seen
me, then you'll know. Like I told you, I have problems getting out of my go-kart sometimes after a 30-minute race.
Yeah, and depending on your age, there may be a different view.
I'm only 17. So.
That's all right. We'll put a belt on him and a couple ropes and everything. We'll get him out. All right. So let's take a look as we've got times coming in now. And our fastest racer on track, Renee Robichaud. And Renee in a 2023 GT3R. He leads the GTA 4 class, currently has 2.5 seconds over David Williams. Musafir Gafarov, your third fastest driver in the class, Joel Johnson, fourth. In GTC 8, John Getz in his 992 Cup car, your fastest driver currently with a time of 2:06.726, just crossed the stripe, so he'll be heading into turn one. And he is followed very closely on track by Joseph Viola. He's in the yellow and blue 992 Cup car. They are separated by 4/10 of a second. Jonathan Weissman in the white 992 Cup car, just a 10th back from there. We've got 11 drivers in GTC 8 this weekend. Thomas Gruber, your fastest GTA 3 racer, with 3/10 on Tony Karlinskis. Thomas in a black 991 Porsche with Tony Karlinskis in a white 991 machine. Bob Mueller, third fastest driver in the class, and actually now I think Karlinskis, he said, only about 3/10 back from Gruber. In GTC 6, in a 2016 991.1 Cup car, Jeff Smith with a 2:11.1. He's got 4 seconds on the rest of the GTC 6 field. Check that, make that 3.5 seconds, as Michael Iapolucio has just leapfrog Keith Clark for second in class, and only 6/10 of a second separating second and third, another half a second back to Jonathan Draper in fourth. In GTC 3, we've got Michael Avidas in his 996 Cup car, and my understanding is the car that he's brought out is a car that he's had sitting in mothballs for a couple of years, and we saw Michael run at Summit Point back in the fall. I don't believe he was in that particular chassis. He's the only racer currently in GTC 3. In GTC 7, Bella Satanko Jr. with a 991.2 Cup car. Fastest at the moment, 2.2 seconds clear of Darren Fentz, with Ariel German another about a quarter of a second back from there. In GTA 2, it's Kevin Roush and Jean Audette separated by 6 seconds. In GTC 4, Dwayne Moses with about 4/10 over Nick Karanglin. And interestingly enough, I think we've seen Nick quite a bit
of time
at with another organization that we've called races for previously.
Yeah, a little bit of both we've seen. We actually saw him in the fall as well. So
yeah.
All the way through there. So.
Yeah, good to see Nick bring his 997 Cup car down.
I think it was just to get away from the snow.
could very well be.
He probably didn't care whether he raced or not. It was to get away from the snow from up there. So.
All right, we've got the 20 machine of Bella Satanko heading down the pit lane right now. As we mentioned, Bella currently our fastest driver in the GTC 7 field, and it looks like he may be taking that car back to the pits after turning in 4 flying laps.
And again, these cars here, these are set up just for qualifying runs, right? Qualifying runs here for these probably last no more than 5 or 6 laps. So at this point, you'll probably start to see drivers peel off, come down the pit road if they know they've got as much as they can with these. Because, again, there's changes that they make to these cars from a long run of 30 minutes up to, maybe 6 or 7 laps to get the max out of the car.
All right. Getting word from a couple of our corner stations that Joseph Viola in the number 262 992 Cup car. That's one of our GTC 8 machines. Currently our second fastest GTC 8 car. Yellow and blue machine starting to exhibit a little bit of smoke from the rear of the machine. That might have been the car that we just saw coming through turn 16. And there onto the back straight. We'll continue to check that out.
I've got one there that's coming down really, really slow. I don't think that's him there. That may be him through there. So last time by him, I saw him come across the start-finish line. I noticed a little bit, but not a lot when I was standing up here, but I wasn't sure if it was, again, you get into that bouncy part of it, whether or not he may have hit something there to bounce and cause some of that. So kind of hard to tell, but it looks like he's made his way on pit road here.
Yeah, and that was the 262. Just got word that took to the pit lane.
Yeah.
That particular camera angle really was a good exhibition of how you bounce around at places on the Sebring.
Yeah, and once we get to racing, as you watch there, it's one thing to see them come through line nose to tail there, but once we start seeing them 2 and 3 wide, it's gonna be something to behold. But even there, the car and it's not just watching what the rear ends of these cars do, and it's nice, obviously, with these rear engine Cup cars when you get into the throttle to see the rear end hunker down, but the front ends are so light on these cars, and you can really see how these drivers are hunting for grip with the nose of the car, and how the front end is in a little bit of a dance, moving from left to right as they work their way through there.
I think over the years, there's been a lot of questions. Why doesn't Sebring repave? My answer, why? Why repave?
Yeah.
Why even think that just ruins the track, the history, the characteristics of the racetrack. Why even want to even entertain that? I know we filled some stuff in here over a couple course of the years, especially through 16 down the Ullman Straight, and then coming into 17. But why even entertain that?
There's a lot of arguments about that, but it's historical,
right?
In my view,
right. Now, it looks like we may have got one spun around there. In 17.
Just as we were talking about how difficult Sunset is.
maybe he's wanting us to repave, or that driver's wanting us to repave really quickly. Looks like they may have continued.
It looks like they may have now gotten underway. Real quick, thank you, Heidi, for checking in. I want to apologize here. It is Bela Stanko, is how you pronounce our current provisional pole sitter in GTC 7. My apologies, Heidi. We will definitely make a note of that, and I'm going to do my best not to make the same mistake another 16 or 17 times.
Well, we will mispronounce it at least 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, exactly. But thank you. Let's see here. I want to see if I have Bela in our database.
I
If we
didn't
do.
see it in there.
Okay.
Didn't see that there, but
No.
yeah, didn't see that. But again, we have a database. So again, if you want to fill that out, I think everybody got word. Go in, fill that out. Give us that information. We take them. We've got it on all our computers here that we can, we can take a look at. So we can pull that up, and that way, hopefully, we only mispronounce it once.
Well,
and then we go back and look at it, and we get it right again.
Exactly. It's not just a question of mispronunciation, which
it's a matter of how many
prone
times.
to do. Yeah. So for all of our drivers, I know a lot of you are in the paddock. Obviously, this isn't going to help our drivers in the red group all that much. But prior to the event, we did send out, the organizers sent out a link, and I believe also a QR code to provide us with some biographical information, not only about the car itself, but about you as drivers. And there's a better chance that we're going to be talking about you over the course of your races if we know more about you. So certainly go ahead and fill that out, and it's going to be the same links if you're going to be at Road Atlanta or at VIR. Please, we'd appreciate it if you could fill out that biographical information. And by the way, that biographical information has an area for how to correctly pronounce people's names.
Yes.
And thank you, Heidi. Appreciate that. Again, apologies. All right, so we are, a little bit over halfway, going by what we've seen. Actually, we probably have just about 6 minutes or so.
Yeah, about 6.5 minutes left to go. So again, we're starting to see a lot of cars come down pit road, right?
Yeah.
So as I mentioned earlier on, this group here, again, they set it up just for a qualifying run, which is between 5 and 6 laps.
Right.
If they had a good practice and they may have done a qualifying run during that practice, they may come out, do it, come back down pit road. They have that time, go back out, make a quick change, go out and run for another, 5 or 6 laps after that. Get as much out, get ready for your sprint races. The temperatures tomorrow going to be a little bit cooler. They're going to be, a little bit more cloudier, but it's still going to be close to that 80 degrees. But I think tomorrow, with a little bit of cloud cover rolling in here, I think that's where we're going to see the racing really take place. And all of the groups, not just this group, but all 3 of them. I think that's where we're going to see the best racing.
I need to make a call.
Okay.
Advanced solo group to the grid, please. Advanced solo to the grid, please.
All right, and we are getting word now that under 4 minutes remaining in this qualifying session. And so, again, our red group is going to be running 2 different sprint races tomorrow. First will be at 12:30. Second will be a little fastest lap here through the majority of the session on lap number 8 for actually flying lap number 7. Had a reset fast lap. It's now a 2:03 fine. And that is almost 2.7 seconds clear of the rest of the GTA 4 field. And David Williams, fastest driver, another 1.3 back to Musafar Gafarov, 3rd fastest in the class. Joel Johnson, 4th fastest, only 68 thousandths back from Gafarov. In GTC 8, John Getz. And here's one, Brian, and Dick, that we're gonna want to watch. In GTC 8, John Getz, in his Porsche 992 Cup car, he's got here in qualifying all of 0.09 of a second, 89 1,000ths of a second advantage over Joseph Viola, with Jonathan Weissman only 0.3 of a second back from there. And again, that's going to be an 11-car GTC 8 field. Thomas Gruber, 0.3 over Tony Karlinskas. All right, we've got a local caution over coming through the Sunset Bend, and it sounds as though we might have had a car that had some issues coming, and we're going to be black flagging the session here, which is essentially going to end this qualifying session. All of our racers are going to be asked to return to the pits. But Brian, I'm starting to hear word that there might be, and we are now going to a red flag condition where all of our racers are going to be asked to come to a complete stop on course in a safe position, because my understanding is that the entrance to the pit lane is blocked by that car that went around.
Yeah.
And so we want the racers to come to a complete stop. It's helpful when they do it very close to a corner station so that they can get instructions from the flaggers, but this will make it easier for the track teams here to come out and work the incident, which again we understand is just past that WeatherTech bridge over at turn 17. So while they do that, Dick, why don't we go? We'll finish running down the, especially now since we know this session is effectively over. We'll run down the finishing order here for the different classes. We'll make another call to the grid for our solo group as well. Actually, why don't we do that? Because I'm sure this is going to probably buy us a little bit of time that we didn't have before.
Yep. Advance solo to the grid, please. Advance solo to the grid.
All right, so it hadn't changed since the last time we talked. It's Robichaux, Williams, Gafarov in GTA 4. And those, I believe, are, well, we actually have a couple GTA 3 cars mixed in at the front end of the overall field. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Getz, Viola, Weissman in GTC 8. In GTA 3, we have, let's see here, we have Thomas Gruber, Karlinskis, and Bob Mueller, and again, they are, I believe, other than our provisional pole sitter for the group, Renee Robichaux. I think they are. We're going to find them making up the rest of row number 1 and then row number 2. In GTC 6, Jeff Smith with a 2.2 second advantage over Keith Clark. With David Tecote in with a 2:13.6, and David set his fastest lap just before we went to the black flag. Edward Boss 4th fastest. Then in GTC 3, Michael Levitas, actually Levitas sole driver in GTC 3 to set a time. Zach Coutu in GTB 1, our sole racer in that class. In GTC 7, it is Bela Stanko, your fastest driver. I had to make sure that I pronounced that correctly. And Bella, your fastest driver, with a 95/100th of a second advantage over Darren Fentz. Ben Wallace, 3rd fastest, a half second back from there. Then Charlie Craig and Ariel German, 4th and 5th fastest. In GTA 2, Kevin Roush with a 6-second advantage over Jean Audet, or maybe Jean Audet. In GTC 5, Sunil Nandigam, your only driver in the class in a 997.2 Cup car. And then in GTC 4, Dwayne Moses, your fastest driver in the 997.1 Cup car. Nick Karanglin, 2nd fastest, separated by about a third, actually exactly a third of a second, 0.333 seconds. All right, so as we have the cleanup going on at the end of this session, and our racers, they will end up returning to the pits once that entrance to the pit lane is clear, we are going to take, gentlemen, an extended break. We are going to be back. The stream is going to continue to run. We will be back with more commentary tonight, starting just before 7 p.m., and that is going to be for the sprint race into the night here at the 48 hours at Sebring. So make sure to join us again 7 o'clock Eastern here on the PCA YouTube channel, and we'll bring you all that coverage. And of course, we will be here tomorrow. And if we check those start times tomorrow, I need to do that now, don't I?
I believe we go on a little bit before 11, I believe.
Let me. I will tell you right now. You'd think I would know. You would think I would know this.
It is 11 o'clock, I think, is our first sprint race.
Right.
Our yellow group coming back and doing their sprint race, followed by the green and then the red.
So, and coverage tomorrow. This is what I was looking for. We're actually going to be starting up a little bit earlier than that, Brian. We're going to be starting up at 8:55 a.m. tomorrow, because I believe we're going to be covering some of the autocross action here that is also taking part at the 48 Hours of Sebring. So coverage is going to be starting just before 9 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, and then on Sunday we will be starting at 9:15. But the primary action tomorrow going to have sprint races starting at 11 a.m. And then we'll have more sprint racing in the afternoon. And then Sunday, it is Enduro Day here at Sebring, where we are going to have 2 different enduro races, 90 minutes apiece, here at the track to wrap up the weekend. So again, we'll be back here at 7 p.m. this evening. Please come back with us. I'm Greg Ginsberg. He's Brian Donati. He's Dick Kelson, and we'll see you in just a few hours.
For many enthusiasts, an OEM brake system just won't cut it. OEM brake systems are designed to get your car to the grocery store while being easily manufactured in large quantities at a low price. Unfortunately, those design objectives don't mesh very well with the goals of enthusiasts craving the latest technology, greatest performance, and the most attention-grabbing aesthetics. Regardless of what you're seeking in brakes, Essex has you covered. Our partner in providing you with the ultimate brake system for your car needs no introduction. With countless wins in Formula 1, NASCAR Sprint Cup, AMS, TTM, and WRC, AP Racing Components are a choice of champions at all levels of motorsport and the most desirable name in brakes.
Join us for a 7-day cruise, the Treffen at Sea. To celebrate the 70th anniversary of Porsche Club, we'll be cruising August 30th to September 6th and showcasing the history and majesty of the East Coast. We'll stop in Newport, in Boston, Portland and St. John, and Halifax along the way, where you'll find in-port Porsche events. You'll also enjoy special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. The Enchanted Princess will both depart and return from New York City, making it a round trip. You'll experience incredible cuisine, culture, history, and nature, plus Porsche surprise events when we stop at port. To learn more and register, please visit PCA.org and click the Events tab.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit HankookMotorsports.com to buy today.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your Porsche today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. Appalachian Race Tire provides trackside support for road racing events in the Southeast United States, as well as daily shipping of Hoosier and Toyo race tires. In the last decade, we've serviced over 500 motorsports events, learning what helps you go faster and win races. Whether you're meeting our trailer at the racetrack or having our tires delivered to your door, you receive our knowledge and experience with every single tire. Contact us today at racetire.com or call us at 865-681-6622.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport-style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com. MotorImages.com provides track day and motorsports photography at Homestead Miami Speedway and Sebring International Raceway. Stop by the Motor Images photo trailer to purchase photos of you and your car this weekend, or contact us for same-week service of digital copies. Now you can pre-register for events for a 15% discount over the at-the-track price. Visit MotorImages.com or stop by our trailer today.
Champion Porsche is the proud presenting sponsor of the PCA 48 Hours of Sebring. Since our founding in 1988, our passion for luxury and performance has turned our Poplar Beach home into the largest and top-ranked premier Porsche center in America. Today, Champion Porsche buys, sells, and services Porsche vehicles of all types and serves as a central hub for all things Porsche and Porsche Motorsport. Whether you're located in South Florida or around the world, visit us online at champion-porsche.com or check out our motorsports offerings at championmotorsport.com.
Tech Tactics are days dedicated to Porsche technical information. Happening Saturday, February 22nd and Sunday, February 23rd. This event is for all Porsche enthusiasts, from the casual information gatherer to the everyday Porsche mechanic. Get the latest news directly from the source. Topics range from balancing carburetors to understanding how the new hybrid systems work. Tech Tactics is hosted at the PCA training facility in Easton, Pennsylvania. The same facility used to train Porsche technicians on the intricacies of new Porsches, while at the same time providing valuable training on the Porsches of old. Tech Tactics East is limited to just 125 entrants per day of the event. The day consists of lectures by PCA field specialists, PAG project managers, members of the PCA technical committee, and representatives from other companies such as Michelin, Ellen Engineering, Total Seal, and Griot's Garage. To learn more and register, visit pca.org and click on the Events tab.
Wine Country Motorsports is proud to be one of the largest racing safety equipment retailers in the United States and a proud sponsor of the PCA 48 Hours at Sebring. Our 4 stores and mobile showroom have the largest combined inventory and lowest prices on all the best brands in the business. Wine Country Motorsports are racing enthusiasts who pride ourselves on helping our clients make the right gear choices. Visit us at winecountrymotorsports.com for all of your motorsports safety and performance needs.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European Racing Headers exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA club races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Prepared Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCA for offering vital support to our club racing program. Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control.
TuneRS Motorsports is a proud sponsor of the Porsche Club of America and the 48 Hours of Sebring. Since 2008, our Center for Porsche in Coral Springs, Florida has served as a Porsche hub and has also ventured into performance and reliability parts engineering and manufacturing. Our pro motorsports experience around the world means our parts are race-proven and street reliable. Visit our websites at tunersmotorsports.com or tunersmall.com to shop and learn more today.
Sebring Motor Garages is the official luxury motor condo and townhome partner of Sebring International Raceway, providing a premier destination for secure, customizable, and luxurious automotive storage less than 1 mile south of the circuit. Our location on US Highway 98 provides easy access from the circuit for pre-race preparations, post-race storage, and quick getaways for weekend events. Our facility is available for tours and offers 55-foot wide garage storage, townhomes, and a 3,000 square foot clubhouse. Visit us at SebringMotorGarages.com to learn more about your new automotive home.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Visit David Chappell's automotive art exhibition at this year's PCA 48 Hours of Sebring. Driven by his unyielding passion for painting, sculpting, and a desire to create innovative automobile art, David Chappell has devoted years perfecting his craft and style. His work creates stunning pieces that pay homage to the spirit of the automobile in both 2 and 3 dimensions, including paintings and prints, as well as sculptures, tables, and benches. Visit davidchappell.com, that's CHAPPLE, or visit his exhibition on site.
Experience the ultimate celebration of Porsche passion at the annual PCA Parade. This week-long extravaganza from July 6th to the 12th is a must-attend event for Porsche enthusiasts of all ages, offering a perfect blend of social, competitive, and educational activities. From the Concours d'Elegance to the autocross, to the scenic driving tours, to the tech sessions, to the banquets, to the social events, there's something for everyone. Whether you're a seasoned collector, a weekend racer, or simply love the brand, the PCA Parade is your chance to immerse yourself in a community that shares your passion. Set in Oklahoma City this year, a central location in the United States right along historic Route 66, join us for an unforgettable celebration of everything Porsche. Whether you're polishing your car for the concourse, taking on the autocross course, or joining a scenic driving tour, the PCA Parade promises memories that will last a lifetime. Secure your spot today and join us for a week of excitement, connection, and all things Porsche. To learn more and register, please visit PorscheParade.org.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control.
Tune RS Motorsports is a proud sponsor of the Porsche Club of America and the 48 Hours of Sebring. Since 2008, our Center for Porsche in Coral Springs, Florida has served as a Porsche hub and has also ventured into performance and reliability parts engineering and manufacturing. Our pro motorsports experience around the world means our parts are race-proven and street reliable. Visit our websites at tunersmotorsports.com or tunersmall.com to shop and learn more today.
Sebring Motor Garages is the official luxury motor condo and townhome partner of Sebring International Raceway, providing a premier destination for secure, customizable, and luxurious automotive storage less than 1 mile south of the circuit. Our location on US Highway 98 provides easy access from the circuit for pre-race preparations, post-race storage, and quick getaways for weekend events. Our facility is available for tours and offers 55-foot wide garage storage, townhomes, and a 3,000 square foot clubhouse. Visit us at SebringMotorGarages.com to learn more about your new automotive home.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Visit David Chappell's automotive art exhibition at this year's PCA 48 Hours of Sebring. Driven by his unyielding passion for painting, sculpting, and a desire to create innovative automobile art, David Chappell has devoted years perfecting his craft and style. His work creates stunning pieces that pay homage to the spirit of the automobile in both 2 and 3 dimensions, including paintings and prints, as well as sculptures, tables, and benches. Visit davidchappell.com, that's CHAPPLE, or visit his exhibition on site.
Experience the ultimate celebration of Porsche passion at the annual PCA Parade. This week-long extravaganza from July 6th to the 12th is a must-attend event for Porsche enthusiasts of all ages, offering a perfect blend of social, competitive, and educational activities. From the Concours d'Elegance to the autocross, to the scenic driving tours, to the tech sessions, to the banquets, to the social events, there's something for everyone. Whether you're a seasoned collector, a weekend racer, or simply love the brand, the PCA Parade is your chance to immerse yourself in a community that shares your passion. Set in Oklahoma City this year, a central location in the United States right along historic Route 66, join us for an unforgettable celebration of everything Porsche. Whether you're polishing your car for the concours, taking on the autocross course, or joining a scenic driving tour, the PCA Parade promises memories that will last a lifetime. Secure your spot today and join us for a week of excitement, connection, and all things Porsche. To learn more and register, please visit PorscheParade.org.
Champion Porsche is the proud presenting sponsor of the PCA 48 Hours of Sebring. Since our founding in 1988, our passion for luxury and performance has turned our Poplar Beach home into the largest and top-ranked premier Porsche center in America. Today, Champion Porsche buys, sells, and services Porsche vehicles of all types and serves as a central hub for all things Porsche and Porsche Motorsport. Whether you're located in South Florida or around the world, visit us online at champion-porsche.com or check out our motorsports offerings at championmotorsport.com.
Suncoast Porsche is the greater Tampa Bay area's home of legalized adrenaline. Our Sarasota dealership is not just a place to find your next Porsche. With our commitment to exceptional customer service and car shopping made easy, our Suncoast Porsche Parts and Accessories brand offers a selection of the latest and greatest parts available for your modern or classic Porsche. Whether you're looking to personalize, upgrade, or repair your car, we offer both original Porsche parts and aftermarket options at great pricing. Visit us today at suncoastporsche.com to learn more.
Featherlight Coaches blends yacht-quality materials and components with leading-edge technology to help craft the ultimate motor coach. Our experience and knowledge gained from hundreds of builds is evident in the beauty and luxury of every motor coach, delivering quality luxury for the open road. Our builds' stunning looks are just the tip of the iceberg for the signature Featherlight yacht-quality fit and finish. Visit us at featherlightcoaches.com to shop and learn more.
Race Parts Express offers a wide variety of performance and safety parts for your race cars. In addition to our extensive catalog, we are also a recommended servicer for FEV fire suppression systems in both customer and factory Porsche racing vehicles. To learn more and shop, visit our website at rpexpress, that's RP, the letter X, press.com, or call us at 828-428-0820 today. Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the two-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
New for 2025, Isringhausen will be sponsoring the GTD 1, 2, and 3 classes. Our group here at Club Racing are thrilled to have them on board. Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of two components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. Treffen means to meet. That's the entire concept behind the PCA Treffens, an opportunity for PCA members to meet their fellow Porsche enthusiasts in some of the most spectacular locations in North America. PCA's Treffens provide the opportunity for members to drive some of the best roads in North America and enjoy 4- and 5-star hospitality at world-class hotels. The Spring Treffen will be April 30th to May 4th at the Omni Homestead Resort in Hot Springs, Virginia. Break away from the mundane and escape to the Allegheny Mountains, where you can unwind on a 2,300-acre Virginia estate. The Omni Homestead is a 4-diamond host resort that recently completed a $156 million renovation and combines Southern hospitality and elegant charm with premier luxury enjoyed by 23 U.S. presidents and numerous celebrities, movers, and shakers during its illustrious history. The tours will travel on some of the best roads in the Southeast, and you have the opportunity to experience abundant sports and recreational opportunities or indulge in the comforts offered within the resort's luxurious, destination-worthy spa. You will not be disappointed in the opportunities for both stimulation and relaxation. To learn more and register, please visit treffen.pca.org. Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program.
Daniel Louise is a licensed agent of New York Life Insurance Company located in Tampa Bay. Daniel and New York Life are committed to helping you protect and grow your lifestyle. With so many options and complex information, making financial decisions isn't always easy. Together, we can create a strategy customized to your situation. Every client is unique, and it's our priority to help you understand your options, meeting today's needs and tomorrow's goals. Visit DanielLouiseJr.com to help face your future with confidence.
Based in New Jersey, Precision Motorsports, or PMR, is a supporter of club racing and a new national sponsor for 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
We're not just a one-off experience, we're a call to freedom. We're a place in people's minds where everyone can unleash their wild side with a passport to a world of possibilities, a spirit that breaks all the rules, uniting the famously bold and spirited essence of tequila from Mexico with the much-loved richness of peanut butter. Manibal is the bold embodiment of the party animal within us all. Here is where the ethics starts. Tequila can be purchased nationwide at manibaltequila.com.
Champion Porsche is the proud presenting sponsor of the PCA 48 Hours of Sebring. Since our founding in 1988, our passion for luxury and performance has turned our Pompano Beach home into the largest and top-ranked premier Porsche center in America. Today, Champion Porsche buys, sells, and services Porsche vehicles of all types and serves as a central hub for all things Porsche and Porsche Motorsport. Whether you're located in South Florida or around the world, visit us online at champion-porsche.com or check out our motorsports offerings at championmotorsport.com.
Suncoast Porsche is the greater Tampa Bay area's home of legalized adrenaline. Our Sarasota dealership is not just a place to find your next Porsche. With our commitment to exceptional customer service and car shopping made easy, our Suncoast Porsche Parts and Accessories brand offers a selection of the latest and greatest parts available for your modern or classic Porsche. Whether you're looking to personalize, upgrade, or repair your car, we offer both original Porsche parts and aftermarket options at great pricing. Visit us today at suncoastporsche.com to learn more.
Sebring Motor Garages is the official luxury motor condo and townhome partner of Sebring International Raceway, providing a premier destination for secure, customizable, and luxurious automotive storage less than 1 mile south of the circuit. Our location on US Highway 98 provides easy access from the circuit for pre-race preparations, post-race storage, and quick getaways for weekend events. Our facility is available for tours and offers 55-foot wide garage storage, townhomes, and a 3,000 square foot clubhouse. Visit us at SebringMotorGarages.com to learn more about your new automotive home.
Speedcom Communications is the world leader in racing radio electronics. Created by racers for racers, only Speedcom has first-hand experience in understanding the needs of competitors behind the wheel or in the pits. We offer motorsports radio and communication systems, as well as a related line of high-performance products and accessories in all facets of the motorsports industry. Our Daytona Beach headquarters in the World Center of Racing pairs with our Barcelona hub to distribute Speedcom solutions to series and competitors around the world. Visit us at speedcomracing.com today.
PCA Club Racing kicks off the West Coast season at Thunderhill Raceway Park March 22nd and 23rd. Hosted by the Golden Gate region, this event will include 3 sprint races on the 3-mile East course. Thunderhill provides some of the best racing around and is where many pro teams come to practice due to its diverse and challenging layout. And did we mention that the weather at the end of March should be perfect? This event will be a points race for the West Coast Series and the 911 Cup Trophy, along with standard points for the National Championship. And the event isn't just for racers. There will also be run groups for HPDE and time trials. Visit clubregistration.net for more details and to register.
I've been to Jackson Hole, Wyoming now 3 years in a row. I'm going to go back twice this 2025. I work with a professional wildlife photographer. Oh, nice. And it's way cool. Yeah, he's really good. He's really good technically.
Yeah.
And
doing like a seminar thing that he.
Yeah, one-on-one more
fun to be with us. 8 hours a day in the car with you. Yeah, so that's cool. Yeah, we talk about him. He's a car guy too, so talk about him. It's wonderful. Oh, maybe I should go futz. It is dark. Yeah.
And welcome back, everybody, to Sebring International Raceway. It is the 32nd annual 48 Hours at Sebring, presented by Champion Porsche, as well as the Suncoast and Gold Coast regions of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Dick Kelson and Brian Donati. And Brian, Dick, we've got one last session here this evening, and this is a 30-minute night enduro. I think I said earlier today it was going to be like dusk into dark, though. It's pretty dark here, as you can see, but a beautiful evening for racing. Nice cool breeze in the air, and we've got our Champion Porsche safety car lined up just before the start-finish line, and now as our racers are taking to the track, starting their pace lap. We had 34 drivers set times today during qualifying. Let's go and run down the starting order. We've got 17 rows, 34 drivers, starting 34th today. Driving his spec Boxster, Jordan Applebaum. That's the number 107 machine. Then Kurt Lay is going to start to his left in the 002 spec Boxster. That's a 33 car. Sam Halabi will start 32nd today in the number 145 spec Boxster, with Sean O'Brien starting 31st. Also running spec Boxster, that's the 441 car. Daniel Rubel will start 30th today. He's in the number 771 red, white, and blue Porsche Boxster. That's another spec Boxster car, with Scott Bell starting 29th. Scott's in the white number 108 spec Boxster. Then we've got Lawson Wilder also in spec Boxster. That's a blue machine. The 116 car starts 28th. Starting on the inside of row number 14, we've got Gary Stanberry. He's driving the number 968 blue and white, oddly enough. SP3 Porsche 968. Alex Awe is going to start 26th. Alex is driving the number 79 spec Boxster, with David Nissenbaum driving in the G class. He's in a 2003 Porsche Boxster. The white car starts 25th, starting 24th, driving the number 87 black Porsche Boxster, also in the G class, Michael Gershon. Colin Doherty, he's your pole sitter for the G class. He's in a red Porsche 944 Turbo Cup car, and that is the the 086 machine, starting 22nd, driving the number 73 GTD2 Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport is Bahir Yanni, with Russell Martirana starting 21st. He's driving the number 726 GTB1 Porsche Cayman S. Chris Olson will start 20th today. He's driving the number 7 Spec 996 Cup car, and that is a GTC3 machine. Starting to his left in the number 131 SP 997 Carrera S machine, that's Weston Jessic. Starting 18th today, outside of row number 9, driving the number 344 GTB1 Porsche Cayman, it's Luis Acevedo. Then we've got Kyle Hoyer starting 17th. He's driving the number 61 Cayman. That's a black 2010 edition. Philip Lea is going to be starting 16th. Philip's driving the number 840 2014 Porsche Cayman. That's a red and white machine, with Scott Robotham starting 15th. He is in the 020 991 GT3 Cup car. He's racing in the GTC 7 class. Now we move on to row number 7, where Max DeAngelis, driving his Cayman GT4 Club Sport machine in the GTD2 class, starts 14th. Keith Clark will start 13th today. He is driving the number 74 white, blue, and black 999.1 Cup car. And then starting 12th, we've got Jonathan Draper, also running in GTC 6. The number 62 991 Cup car is 12th. Starting 11th today, driving the number 402 GTC 7 991.2 Cup car is Darren Fence with Lou Yorio in a white 991.2 Cup car starting 10th, also in GTC 7. Then we've got starting 9th, Ben Wallace. Ben is driving the number 179, 991.2. And starting 8th, Ariel German, who I believe is our GTC 7 pole sitter. Ariel is driving a 2017 GT3 Cup car. That's the 475 machine. Starting 7th today, inside of row number 4. Driving the 06 992 Cup car, the gray and black machine starts 7th. Starting 6th, Sunil Nangdigam will start in the number 03 997.2 Cup car. That's a GTC 5 machine. Joseph Viola will be starting 5th. Joseph's in the 262 992 Cup car, a GTC 8 machine with Jonathan Weissman, also in GTC 8, starting 4th in the 100 992 Cup car. David Williams will start 3rd. He's in the 237 GTA 4 992 Cup car. And now we move on to our front row. Bob Mueller will start 2nd. He's in the number 128 black and teal GT3R machine. And your pole sitter tonight, Tony Karlinskis, driving the 313 991.1 Cup car in GTA 3. As the green flag flies, gentlemen, and we are racing here from Sebring.
I tell you what, Greg, 14 different classes, and right there off the start, they started to go 3 wide down into turn 1. Now it looks like we're going to have the 313 there. He is going to make that move. That's Tony Carletas. He's going to make that move and continue and propel himself all the way back into this early lead.
All right, as the field now making their way into turn 3, Dick here, just a line of headlights, nose to stern. And I'm sure that with these racers, it's got to be very challenging. We saw them out about an hour ago running practice, but it was just as the sun was setting. The track is a very different track now than it was here just a while ago.
Totally, and not to quibble, but it's a sprint, not a...
Did I say enduro?
Yeah.
Well, you know, it depends. If you're only planning on racing 15 minutes, it's an enduro.
Running in the nighttime, it may feel like an enduro here for some of those guys.
Details.
Exactly. And so one of the things, and you'll see here, obviously, that all of our cars have their headlights a-shining and a-blazing. We do have a requirement that all of our racers have 2 headlights up and running. They can run up to 2 additional lights on the front as well. And, of course, they do have to have those tail lights working. And you'll notice that a number of our racers have the FIA brake lights or tail lights on the cars as well, center mounted if they are so equipped. As our racers making it out of the tower turn 13 and onto the Flying Fortress straight for the first time here.
You know, I tell you what, Greg, one of the things I saw today as I went out and walked around afterwards, these teams preparing for tonight, knowing that these lights are illuminated with more than just the 2. They were putting some tint on the back windows, and I saw one team putting it on the mirrors just enough that you could still see side to side and see out that corner in those blind spots. But it's not like your traditional car where the minute the headlight hits it, it automatically will dim down for you. So they actually had to go out and put tint.
Auto-dimming rear view mirrors, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, there was definitely a few teams, and you'll notice some of these during the camera shots that, you know, these cars have kind of green lights or an orange light, Dick, in there just so that their team can see which car is there, right? They can pick those cars out as they're going in certain parts of the racetrack. We see that in all forms of racing that races at the nights so that the teams can do it. You're seeing that here in these Cup cars.
All right, as our first cars come across the line to complete lap number 1, Darren Fence in the number 402 GTC 7 Cup car. He is your leader with Joseph Viola running 2nd.
I've actually got the 313 of Tony Karlinskis.
There you go. Yep, you are right. I had to update my timing. Had to update my timing and scoring. You are right. Tony Karlinskis, who oddly enough started on pole, not the person who started 15th that I just lost.
That's a heck of a jump on that.
There would have been one heck of a start for him in the dark here. Nobody saw him jump 6 rows. There you go. David Williams, your second place car at the moment. David is leading the GTA 4 class in his 992 Cup car. He was about 2 seconds back from Karlinskis at the line. Joseph Viola, 3rd, leading the GTC 8 class. Then Bob Mueller in the GTA 4, the GTA. Let's try this again. The GTA 3, GT3R Cup car. There you go. I've got a tongue twister.
Yeah,
Jonathan Weissman, your fourth driver in line there.
And if you weren't with us earlier, we talked about it on our scoring pylon over on the left-hand side. You'll see that the different classes will have a different color next to their number as they go through. So in GTA 4 right now with David Williams in that 237, he's kind of in that gold color on our scoring pylon. That will go through and stay with that. So you'll be able to see where your drivers are racing on the racetrack against other drivers in other classes, so you know where they're at when they need to either make a pass or where they're behind and how far many positions they are. Again, at nighttime here, it is a little bit hard to see. These guys, as Greg mentioned, went out earlier. It was right at the break of dusk, coming down where it was getting a little darker. It was darker in some spots. We are completely in the nighttime here, a little after 7 p.m.
Now you will see at a number of places here on the track there are new lighting fixtures that have been installed around Sebring in the last couple of years, and you will see, for example, here as our racers come into the heavy braking zone at the hairpin at turn 7, there is some lighting showing the way to the apex at the hairpin there, driver's right, our left-hand side. There are a number of other places here where that is also the case. Interestingly enough, whereas you go and see this section here as the racers are coming through through Collier over turn 9 going into turn 10, not a lot of additional lighting, but certainly you can see the permanent fixture right here over by the corner station, again lighting the way towards some of the apexes. Interestingly enough, one of the places where there isn't a permanent fixture is going into the corner that we talked about all day today, the signature corner here at Sebring, the sunset turn, sunset bend, sunset curve over turn 17, where there is a temporary fixture there, but rightfully so, pointing the way to the concrete wall there, yes, to ensure drivers don't turn in too early. I mean, having run a lot of endurance races, not sprint races, but night races, where you're relying on the lights of the car, there is very much a tendency for drivers maybe to turn in a little bit early for corners as they're having trouble judging distance, as everything seems to flatten out, and maybe have trouble judging the distances going into corners. And so having these lights pointing the way towards the apexes, or at least the turn-in points, I think certainly a big advantage to help these drivers.
I think the 48 Hours was one of the first to do night racing, although they stopped for several years. This is getting back to what we have done in the past.
And I think as we watch here, and I realize with our cameras, a little hard to pick out some of the car numbers here, but I mean, definitely you can see the action here as we have a number of racers that have, along, for example, this car right now coming through turn 5, that are using auxiliary LED lights up the A-pillars on the cars to make it more easy to pick them out. But such close racing here under braking, going into the hairpin that last time by. So again, some very close racing here in Spec Boxster, and we talked today as we had qualifying for Spec Boxster, what such a large field that we had for the daytime sprint races, and I think it was somewhere around 18 or 19 cars. We've got 8 Spec Boxsters that are out here racing today, and I think tonight, and I think it's the largest field in this race right now. Alex Awe leading that field by about 2 seconds. Lawson Wilder second, Dan Rubel third, with Jordan Applebaum, and the top 3 drivers only separated by just about, as they come across the line, about 3 seconds. So all still very, very close. And I think they're coming down into turn 1 now, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, we had 32 drivers take the green flag, and Jordan Applebaum was back there in that back in that starting field. He's already worked his way up to 27th position right now, again battling the 441 of Sean O'Brien on the racetrack right now. So again, Jordan Applebaum moving up this field, starting further back.
Yeah, and that's the battle. That is the battle right now for 4th in Spec Boxster. They're a couple seconds back from those top 3, but again, very, very tight, close racing through the field here.
Again, we talked about this earlier on. If you're looking at the scoring pylon and you're looking at somebody's name and they've gone, they're consistently staying in the white, that means they're kind of doing their same amount of time. They're not improving themselves or their best. And as they move forward, you see that it will end up changing over to, purple and blue.
Exactly. Yeah, and if you see a name in purple on our ticker on the left-hand side of the screen, that means they've just set the fastest lap in their class, whereas the names that are in blue signify that a driver has set a personal best time so far. Brian, we're talking about some very close racing here. GTC 7, which are for our, I think we've got number 991.2 Cup cars as well as a GT. Also, like 2017, 2018, 2019 GT3 Cup cars. Ben Wallace has opened up so far about 6.5 seconds on the rest of the field, but a great battle going on for second right now. Lou Yorio in the white number 3 machine, Ariel German in the white 475. The last time they crossed the line, about 6 car lengths max separating those 2 cars.
Yeah, about 1.3 seconds, but yeah, and Ariel's starting to gain a little bit, so we'll see the next time they come by, figure out where that timing goes. But again, last time it was 1.3 seconds. We'll see whether or not that closes down. The temperatures have fallen here a little bit. It's not as warm as it was earlier.
Right.
Again, a lot of these drivers have gone out. They put on what we call new shoes, right? Going out and put some new tennis shoes on to come out and run this race, run it through. Some of them, I'm sure, probably are still on the, something they may have run earlier today. I would say probably in that Spec Boxster class, they probably run at what they ran earlier today. So, from a tire perspective.
All right, a couple notes while this race is going on. If you're here in the paddock and you're having trouble hearing the PA system, all weekend long, you'll be able to pick up all the PA announcements, all the commentary for the races at 100.9 on your FM dial. If you're living in Poughkeepsie or something, probably not going to be on 100.9. But if you're here at the track, you can always hear what we are saying on 100.9 FM. Also, don't leave when the race is over. We're going to broadcast live the award ceremonies for tonight's races from the Gallery of Legends building here. Our own Brian Donati is going to be your presenter for the awards, and so definitely make sure to stay with us and cheer on and congratulate all of our race winners from this evening's very difficult sprint race.
We are. Should be pretty fun and exciting down there going through that ceremony. So, again, stay with us if you're on the YouTube feed. If you're here at the racetrack, come on over. We'll, see your driver win there if they pick that up.
Oh, my. There's a name I see in the chat that I haven't seen since, I think, 2017 at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Ryan Christoph Racing joining us from, I guess, I forgot. Ryan, are you in I know you're a big Red Wings fan, but are you in Michigan now? Ryan racing for a couple of other different sprint organizations and an excellent car builder and fabricator himself. So thank you. Welcome to the stream, Ryan.
Greg, we talked about that GTC 7 battle between Ariel Yerman and Lou Yorio. Ariel German has gotten by Lou Yorio, so in that number 3 machine. So Lou dropping back 1.7 seconds. Ariel is 0.8 of a second last time behind the 179 of Ben Wallace. So that GT7 race is going to be relatively. Actually, I had it on the wrong one there. So yep, Ben Wallace. I was going to say, whoa, that was crazy. Something must have really happened to Ben because he had a 6-second lead. Now he's got a 7-second lead. So I apologize for that for all you Ben Wallace fans. He has gone out and lead by 7 seconds over Lou Yorio, and then Ariel Yerman is sitting in third. But again, that battle there is
only half a second back.
Yeah, that's only half a second back between those two. So again, that GT7 battle is going to come down. GTC 7 battle is going to come down to the end.
And we'll try and pick up where they are on track next time I see them come by here. But your top 3 overall at the moment as we are working lap number 7, Tony Karlinskis is, and just as that happens, I just had our timing and scoring reset on us. So take my word for it, Tony Karlinskis is your leader.
Yeah.
And we'll try and get that fixed up here in just a moment.
We're watching all the horses now, waiting for data. That's a great horse to bet on if you're ever betting on horses. But Tony went out early and has pretty much dominated. The last time by I saw him, he was up by quite a bit. So one of the things that you notice in night racing here, and if you've ever seen it, again, if you watched it last weekend from Daytona or whatever, when it gets in the night, the cool thing is the drivers seem to give more than they would during the day when they're being overtaken, right? I mean, you get a couple flashes of lights there. Hey, I'm a faster car coming through. The amount of sportsmanship that comes through that between the nighttime and the daytime is almost 100% difference, right? I mean, it's like, okay, I'm going to give this up because I know I'll hopefully eventually get that back. So that's actually really good to see when you're racing in the nighttime.
You actually wonder if it's the same people that you saw today.
Yeah, it's like they're totally different drivers. We all know being drivers, you get in these cars, you put the helmet on, it's like everything goes out, I'd say goes out the window. But at that point, it's like, you just wonder who actually got back in the car
right
for the next race, especially, going from nighttime or from a daytime to a nighttime. The other question also is as we're waiting for our timing and scoring to come up, so we do apologize for that again, is how many of these drivers have actually driven at night in a race, right? Most of the time, these races are done during the daytime, across the board, not only nationally but even locally. I believe this is, like you said, Dick, this is the only race that's done at nighttime, I believe. For this PCA.
In this, certainly in this area of the Porsche Club, we've got the only night racing.
And this track is used to having night races at least once a year. Right. A major thing. It's it does it. So looks like our timing and scoring now has come back up. So it looks like we just had to have a reset there. Looks like Race Monitor wanted to play games. They knew it was our first night race too, so they figured, you know what, we're going to see how good you really are.
As soon as Greg's going to run down the top 3 or top 5, poof, they're gone.
Yeah.
So it is Tony Karlinskis, and by the way, Karlinskis continues to reset fast lap. He just turned in a 2:07.525, which is absolutely smoking here at night. He leads the GTA 3 class. He's in the 313 machine. David Williams, who leads GTA 4, second fastest overall. And in second place, he is about a little bit less than 8 seconds now back from Karlinskis. And we'll try to pick this up. Again, this is not a battle for class, but Williams and Joseph Viola running second and third overall. The last time they came by and crossed the stripe, they were all of about, I'd say, probably 3 car lengths apart. And we should see them coming across the start-finish line now, and should be heading down into turn number 1 here. It's in this second group right here. There they are. You look at that nose to tail. So that's Williams and Viola. They are our GT4 and GTC 8 leaders right now. The white 237 machine of Williams, that is a 992 Cup car, a 2021 edition. Whereas Joseph Viola is in a yellow and blue, I was about to say 2022 992 Cup car.
And
that would be vintage, right?
Yeah, that'd be very vintage. And they're coming up on some of the lap traffic there in our spec Boxster, so they had to get around that. And here they go into the braking zone again. I think you've got Bob Mueller that may be catching them. In that second GTA 3 machine in that black and teal. GT3R, that 2017 GT3R. So keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
So 3 cars, again, not for battle in classes, but for battle on the racetrack.
So here's the interesting thing, Dick, is in that group, and as they started to come up on some slower traffic, you just mentioned Bob Mueller, Brian, but Jonathan Weissman there as well. And so Weissman running second in GTC 8, if he can manage to get around Mueller, he's not very far back from your GTC 8 leader, Viola, there. So, here in the dark, could be a heck of a battle here and run to the checkered flag in GTC 8, as we have now just about 11 minutes remaining on the clock for this, 30-minute endurance race. The only people enduring anything are the ones beside me that have to put up with all my missteps.
Yeah, right? That's it. They should be paying us more to just deal with you.
To deal with Greg, yeah.
We've never made a mistake.
No,
Never.
Never. Don't worry, I'd never pick them out.
Let's keep an eye on that. Let's watch them as they go through here. Let's pick some numbers up if we can do that real quick out the window. So there goes a 237. There's a 262. And then right behind them is the 128, I believe, of Bob Mueller. So again, Mueller there sitting, 3/10 behind that. So that's a great, again, Greg, that's a different battle in classes. But as you talked about, Jonathan Weissman there moving up, he is now only 1.6 seconds back from that position of Joseph Viola. So again, he's starting to make the move, and that would be the battle in that GTC 8 class. So
another good fight that I've been watching right now, it is the battle for second in GTC 7, and I'll let you know when they cross the line here, and we'll pick them up. I think we're going to be picking them up here at start-finish in just a few moments. We've got Ben Wallace, who's got about Ben Wallace, he's our GTC 7 leader. He's got about 4 seconds on Lou Yorio, but Ariel German, who we talked about earlier, they've got Jonathan Draper between them, but still Yorio and German are separated only by about 0.6 of a second, and they're just now crossing the start-finish line. So we'll see them coming down here into turn number 1.
that was Wallace, and now here they come right here.
Yep, as they come through the 2 white 991 Cup cars all in a row. So good fight going on there in GTC 7. As again, I'm trying to take a look and see what interclass battles we have at the moment. Good fight going on in Spec Boxster as well, the battle for second, Brian.
Greg, you talk about that GTC 7 battle with Wallace, Yurio, and Yerman. I tell you what, Urio's basically cut that deficit down in half. Remember, it was almost up to 7 seconds. It's now down to 3.8 seconds. So that driver in that number 3 machine, he's really making some headway getting through here, trying to keep Ben Wallace as close as possible as we get down to this 8.5-minute mark left to go. There goes that battle we talked about at the very beginning here with David Williams in that 237 in that GTA 4 class. Then the Joseph Viola in that GGC 8 in that number 262. Mueller now is only 0.3 of a second behind him. And Jonathan Weissman in that 100 machine, he's only 1.2 seconds, Greg. So it's starting to pick up here.
Yeah, indeed. And we just saw this battle between the 2 white GTC 7 machines coming down through turn 13 onto the Flying Fortress Straight. They were side by side, Brian, as they came through there, coming into our view right now, coming through Jean Aubien and going into turn number 16, going into the Le Mans curve there. And it's like every track in Florida now has a Le Mans curve. And
it's a state law.
Apparently so. Except they call the one at they call the one at Le Mans Daytona now. They don't call it Sebring.
I think we went through a Le Mans turn. We came out of Wawa today.
Very much so. But you can see there, still lock nose to tail as they come onto the front straight now. And the margin at the stripe now, Ariel German does get around Lou Yorio. So move Ariel up to second in GTC 7. Ariel just ran their fastest lap of the race at a 2:14.28 and about 45 hundredths of a second separating them at the line. Spec Boxster, we should see them come around here in just a moment to complete their 9th lap. They are running about a lap down from the rest of our racers, running about 20 seconds off the pace of our fastest drivers out here. Alex Awe, currently your leader, but we had a great fight going on for second. As Awe crosses the line, we should see that battle for second now. And, well, Lawson Wilder, who's running second, has just now expanded his lead over Daniel Rubel in the battle for second. And Spec Boxster picked up about 0.7 of a second. Brian, now about 1.3 seconds separating second and third in Spec Boxster.
It adds to the fun and the challenge, the difference in speeds in the cars we have out there. That's let's say a 10% difference in the speed capability, so it's going to be a lot of passing.
Yeah, you're right, Dick. I think as we get into then again, some of these top cars, in these GTA 3s and these 7s and the 8s, now they're starting to come up on that Spec Boxster. It's making it interesting because even during the day, but you have to pick your spots where you're going to pass here, right? You can't go down into the hairpin, full out and try to expect to get underneath that, because that car is going to hold that line. You've got to be able to work around that car, either coming out of that turn or figuring it out how to get back through there really on one of those straights. So it will definitely hold you up.
Yeah, and especially as the passing or the car being passed, as we watch here, coming through turn 12, heading up on to 13 to the Flying Fortress Straight. As the passee, you have to make sure to hold your line. All you're going to see is your mirrors filled up with a big ball of light.
Correct.
And so to be unpredictable would make things certainly a challenge for the faster car coming up on you. I just got word, and we'll probably see him coming across the line here in just a few seconds here. Tony Kurlinskis had some issues over at turn 15. On this previous lap. It sounded like he may have run quite a bit wide with the first entry into, it's not exactly a chicane, but the left-right combination there. We'll see. And as Tony now crosses the line, his margin over Viola was about 11 seconds. And so Karlinskis now starting lap 13 with about 4 minutes remaining on the clock. Viola now coming across the line. And, well, if Karlinskis had some issues, he picked up 3 additional seconds while he had those issues. But actually, whereas Karlinskis has been running about 3.5 to 4 seconds faster than Viola, that through the majority of this race, that last time by, it was only about a second.
Well, we also got to talk about the 237 and David Williams in that GTA 4 in that 992 2021 992 Cup car. He's dropped overall, Greg, all the way back to 5th. Remember, he was in 2nd place ahead of Viola and Mueller and Wiseman. He's dropped now back behind them.
And, Brian, we have somebody, we talked about Ryan Christoph Racing here in the chat a little bit earlier. We've got somebody else who jumped into the chat that I just noticed. We've got Morgan Burkhardt in the chat. The last time we saw Morgan was actually last week at Daytona. Where Morgan races the Sabok Simpson GTA 4 RS Club Sport in the Michelin Pilot Challenge. Morgan, I think, led. He started 3rd, moved into the lead, and I think Morgan will probably put in the chat because he's modest like that, exactly how many laps he led, but he led like a good portion of the race.
Yeah, I believe he led the first 33 laps, almost the first hour and a half. He led almost his entire stint. Until it came down at pit stops. Again, having 2 quick double yellows during that time frame kind of got him out of sequence at that point. We got to teach Morgan how to get on pit road a little bit more. So, we're gonna work on that.
And we just had a car pull off.
That looks like that may be one of our earlier leaders. That may be Joseph Viola. In that blue, in that yellow and blue
262.
We'll have to check that out, but I'm almost positive that was him making that right-hand turn there. So again, we'll keep an eye on that. We'll see where he comes through down in there, but that did look like that number as he made that right-hand turn.
Yeah, I'm waiting to call for.
Yeah, and he's starting to drop down. So
Yeah, and there you go. Indeed, it is the 262 machine of Viola. And there's another, and it sounds as though there may have been contact there. There was another car that apparently was involved with the 262 machine that has just now continued. We're waiting to get some word on what the car number was over there.
Yeah, Joseph Viola was ahead of Wiseman going into that lap. So again, we're going to have to see. That may have been something, potentially maybe some contact with the 100 there, Jonathan Wiseman, because they were battling each other in that GTC 8 class.
And we are on the last lap.
Yep.
Start Sand is giving them the finger.
the real one finger.
The one
not
finger.
Not the Tommy Milner finger, but the real one finger.
All right, and it sounds like it might have been the 06 of Mustafa Baker who might have been involved there, who was also up towards the front of the field.
Yeah.
The last time across the line was running in, I think, running in 7th position overall.
And really battling for, again, he was up there as well, battling in that GTC 8 class.
Yeah.
Right? So those three cars pretty much battled all the way through there. So.
Yeah, so we'll try and get a confirmation on that. Obviously, now as time is running down, we thought we heard mentioned before the race started that and we see this as we've already been told that the racers are on their last race, that the white flag would not be shown. But now the starter holds out the checkered flag and coming across the line and taking the win both overall and in GTA 3. Tony Karlinskis driving his 991.1 Cup car. And he is your GTA 3 leader, coming across the line, finishing second, running his fastest lap of the race, and finishing second in GTA 3, Bob Mueller in the black and teal 128 machine. Jonathan Weissman crossing the stripe. He will take the win in GTC 8 in his 992 Cup car. And now finishing with the win in GTA 4, finishing 4th overall, David Williams. And we're going to try to pick up a couple of these other classes and also that large spec Boxster field and pick up who our leader was there. Again, reminding everybody, don't leave, don't go away, don't leave us, as Brian is going to be making a run across the property here over to the Legends building, and we're gonna hold the award ceremony here on the stream, so you don't want to miss that. All right, taking the win in let's go here. Taking the win in the G class is going to be Colin Doherty in the 086 944 machine, with Michael Gershon finishing in second. David Nissenbaum will finish in third. Both Gershon and Nissenbaum in early Knott's Boxsters. Our sole racer in GTC 5 was Sunil Nandigam. We talked about GTC 7 and in Spec Boxster. Let's run it down here. Alex Awe will take the win in Spec Boxster. Looks like we had Sparky in the chat going and cheering Alex on. And then we had Lawson Wilder finishing a distant second. Daniel Rubel will finish in third. Sean O'Brien will finish fourth. Scott Bellis will finish in fifth. In GTC 6, Jonathan Draper will take the win in his 991.1 Cup car. Down, finishing 2 laps back. Keith Clark, David Ducat had some issues there after 6 laps and retired early. In SP3, your sole racer today in the number 968, Porsche 968, Gary Stanberry. Congratulations to Gary. In GTD2, Max DeAngelis takes the win over Bahir Yanni. Both of them driving 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sports. In GTB1, Philip Leha takes the win in his 2014 Cayman, with Russell Martirana finishing in second. In ME1 tonight, Gene Raimondi, your sole racer in his 2004 Boxster. And then in Spec 997, Walker Jessic beats out Weston Jessic. Margin at the line, 5.6 seconds. All right, so there you go. Brian's going to be heading out. But, Dick, great racing here, huh?
Yes, it was a good run by a lot of people, and it's good to see everybody coming out, well, we think, with the sunny side up.
Yes, absolutely. So, yeah, and again, we had a couple of racers finish a couple laps down that did not complete what would have been the full run there. Actually, I think David Ducat, and obviously we saw Viola have those issues as well in the 262 machine, but otherwise a very clean sprint race here from Sebring International Raceway. We've got the field now heading into turn 17. We're going to see them all come underneath the bridge there in the Sunset Bend, and they'll come down the pit lane, and from there we're going to have a safety car picking them up. We're not going to show you the safety car because it's going to be not at speed, but taking the field through the paddock and leading them to the Legends building, where, again, we'll have our award ceremony tonight. And we'll be turning things over to Brian Donati here in just a few moments for those award ceremonies. If you've ever seen Brian run, you know it's going to take a couple minutes. He may beat the drivers there. I don't know that for certain. But, Dick, we've got a lot of action coming up tomorrow and also on Sunday. Yes. Here at Sebring International Raceway. Again, I want to remind everybody we're going to be going on air tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We're going to start the day off not with some racing on the main course, but we've got autocross action there on outside of turn 17, where our drivers, they won't be competing wheel to wheel, but they'll be competing against the clock.
Correct. That's over the bridge in the skid pad area.
And autocross is where a course is lined out typically by a series of safety cones. The courses could be anywhere from 45 seconds to a little over a minute. And it is one of the most challenging things that you can ever do. And most folks that don't do well at wheel-to-wheel racing are, well, let me try this. Most people that are great at autocrossing are great road racers. A lot of great road racers aren't great autocrossers. Yes. Sometimes. Oh, hey, look! There's the view of the racers heading towards the Legend building.
Yeah.
But absolutely, you want to join us for that. And then we will have two sprint races tomorrow. For two sprint races for our three different race groups. The first sprint races start at 11 a.m. tomorrow. And then again starting at 2:30 in the afternoon. And then on Sunday, we are going to have two 90-minute long endurance races. The action will start on Sunday morning at 9:15 a.m. So you definitely want to join us then.
And the traffic is currently very heavy on the on the infield.
But Brian and I flew into Orlando for some reason last night, and this looked like our attempt to get to Sebring at about 6 p.m. last night.
Well, that is the closest flight in.
Exactly. Well, and we've flown into Tampa from time to time, and I've been told that I should try Sarasota when I come back here next weekend. But we were at a standstill for what should have been a very short drive down here. But all of these people, they've got a place to be, as we're going to have our award ceremony here in just a few moments. We also have coming up, of course, we're here all weekend with you from Sebring International Raceway for the 48 hours at Sebring. Make sure to join us March 21st through 23rd. We are going to be at beautiful, heaven on earth, Virginia International Raceway. And then we are going to be at Road Atlanta the following month, April 11th through 12th, bringing you more action here on the Porsche Club of America's YouTube channel, and we'll bring you all the racing action from those events as well.
And Road Atlanta will be my next opportunity to bother these people. So.
You are definitely not a bother, Dick. It's been wonderful. Dick has been calling this event in Road Atlanta how many years now, Dick?
Oh God, 20 plus, maybe closer to 30.
Oh my!
I'm kind of like a piece of the furniture now.
Well, like I said, we are absolutely happy as I don't know what. Stoked to have you. We're very happy you're here to lend all of your insight into PCA club racing, and been a huge help both leading up to the event and here this weekend. And we are so glad to have you here.
I appreciate that. I consider the Sebring and Road Atlanta are the two places I've lived, and those are my home tracks.
Mm-hmm.
So I enjoy doing this at both of them. And well, I must. I've been doing it for a long time.
All right, here's the drivers just now powering down the cars, getting out. There's Ari German. Ariel German, who we talked about, had that great run in GTC 7. Lou Yorio was able to get back around Ariel German there towards the end of the race. So it was Wallace, then Yorio, then German, who finished 1, 2, 3 in the GTC 7 class. And there's the fastest golf cart that we had out there on track today. There's the, if we take a look, there is the 726 machine. And I'm looking to see who's driving the 726. I might have to move on. There is the 179. That is Ben Wallace's 991.2 machine. Ben, your winner today in GTC 7. And just ahead of Ben's car, the 73. That's Bahar Yanni. Bahar finishing second in GTD 2. That beautiful 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport. And then the 840 car, another one of our Club Sports, I believe. And that is Philip Leha, your GTB1 winner, and that's listed as a 2014 Porsche Cayman. So maybe not a Club Sport, but another beautiful machine. There you go. That is, was that the 131 Spec Boxster? We're just waiting, trying to get some more information. There is the, I think that was the Porsche 968 car. We just saw there. Even this non-Porsche file can pick out a 968 in a field of 944s. Actually, was that the that was not the 968, it was the 086, I think, 944 Turbo Cup car of Colin Doherty, your winner in the G class. And we're just waiting for the word from Brian when to turn everything over to him at the Legends Building and over at the award ceremony. But there's Jonathan Weissman. Jonathan, your GTC 8 winner today in his 992 Cup car, the number 100 machine. Michael Gershon's black Porsche Boxster finishing second in the G class. was the 128 of Bob Mueller. Bob driving that black and teal GT3R. The 086. Actually, you know what? There you go. I can't tell the difference there, Dick, because there is Colin Doherty's 086 944 turbo machine. The chassis that we saw earlier was actually Gary Stanberry's 968 Porsche 968.
I was not going to rub it in.
Yeah,
but,
thank you. Well, you know, you need to correct me every once in a while. I need to be put in my place. All right, and there, hard for us to miss it every time it crossed the start-finish line. That is the Karlinskas machine, your overall winner this evening here. The 313 GTA 3 car, 2014 991.1 Cup car. And that's why it was so easy for us to pick it out, because it's yellow on the side that faces us. If it was green on the side that faced us, we might have had a little more difficulty picking it out in a crowd.
We appreciate. I like all the help we can get. So.
And of course, there is our wonderful champion Porsche safety car. All right, we're getting word now from Brian Donati that things are ready to get underway. They're at the Legends building, so let's turn things over. Brian Donati, over to you.
All right, everyone, we can go ahead and get started here right now. We'll go ahead and do our podium ceremony. I tell you what a race, right? What a nighttime race we just saw here with a lot of these drivers. Great, very smart racing between everybody. I saw a lot of different things up there from the tower, and I'll tell you what, that was very impressive. So I'll tell you what, if we can get our drivers in here, let's go ahead and start giving out some awards and giving out some prizes here and see where we're at. Let's go ahead and let's start with the GTC 8 battle. Right? We had Jonathan Wiseman as your leader in the number 100. Jonathan, are you here? I thought I saw him walking around. Is he here somewhere? All right, well, I guess maybe. You, Jonathan? Come on up here, man. What a heck of a race right there. There's your winner in your GTC 8 battle. Jonathan Wiseman, I tell you what, Jonathan, what a heck of a battle. Earlier on there, you were battling with Joseph Viola, and I know he ended up with some problems. Really quick, we talked about that race there, and how you raced night races out here before.
Yeah, so the battle was pretty good, you know. The start was really nice, clean, and I guess, you know, at some point I just kept the race going, kept moving along, and we came out really good. You know, I had one night race before at Spa, so this is just so much fun. So glad you guys are doing it. We really come out to a club event like this.
I'll tell you what, we love having you out here, and I get that great battle there. Give it up for Jonathan Wiseman. He's your GTC 8 winner here. All right, let's jump to we'll go ahead and jump down there. Let's go ahead and jump to our spec boxer. That seems to be our biggest field in it. Another great race between the spec boxers. I know that we had some of our overall leaders come up through the field. We ended up with some pretty good passes there as we went through. So we'll go ahead and give those out there right now. Let's start with third place here in the 771, Daniel Rubel. Daniel right here. He may be thinking, here he comes. Come on up here, Daniel. Tell you what, fantastic race. Let's start right here. Tell you what, talk about this race and talk about what it means to come here at Sebring and race at the Nightmare Spec Boxing.
It's incredible. This is my first weekend here at Sebring ever. Other than Sim, I've never driven the track before. And my first race at Sebring in the dark, you know, cut cars flying by in every direction. I'm in a Boxster, right? So it's insane.
Well, I tell you what, fantastic finish. Who do you want to thank here as you're with your crew over there?
The guys at Provost provide track support, and all the guys in with us. And then, the chief instructor for Decoder, Jeff Smith, who's a mentor for all of us.
Well, I tell you what, congratulations on that. They've got some trophies down there for you. Tell you what, let's bring up our second place finisher in the one. Lawson Wilder. Lawson, where are you, buddy? You hear anywhere? Anybody know Lawson Wilder? All right, well, I can introduce myself and I can do his interview, but I really don't do that. So let's talk about on the top step in Podium, in the number 79, Alex Awe in that spec boxer. Is Alex here? Come on up here, Alex. I'll tell you what, you put a show on here in the spec boxer field. You went out and led by over 16 and a half seconds at one point, and at second point as we got to the 15-minute mark, you were almost 20 seconds ahead, and then traffic came in, and you had to let those guys go. Talk about your race, talk about how you got out that big lead.
I don't know. It's hard to say without knowing what's happening behind me, but I mean, night racing at Sebring. Happy to catch this up. So, just a good race.
Who you want to thank real quick?
Provost Motorsports.
There we go. Everybody's under the same umbrella in Sports Boxer. So I tell you what a great field you guys had. One of the largest fields we had in this night race. So I tell you what, great job picking up that top spoke. They got the trophies over there for you. All right, our next group here, we're going to talk about the G class. And that is G as in girl. We're going to talk about the 086 Colin Doherty. It's Colin here. Here he comes, coming up here. I think he's making his way up here. Colin in that 944 turbo cup car. Tell you what, Colin, talk about that race. I know you probably got into some traffic there for a little while. I was keeping an eye on that 944. It's a great looking machine. Talk about what it's like to race here tonight.
Sebring tonight was nothing like it. You know, it's just one of those things that you got to experience. There's like a fear factor at the same time as total adrenaline, you know, so it's really great. We worked, I saw the 87 car was there as well, right behind me for quite a while, so I felt the pressure from him and the Boxster, the G Boxster, and it was just great. And to watch his lights fade a little bit, I have to be honest, it felt pretty good. You know, a little pressure off.
All right, who do you want to thank here? Give us some sponsors and stuff.
You know, Betsy Van Dyke and Tommy McCarthy for DOS Sport, Alan Smith, and my man Michael over here at the DOS Sport roll bar booth. I mean, just fantastic for the support. Thanks, everybody.
Tell you what, fantastic race. Glad to have you out here. Colin Doherty, that's your winner in the G class. All right, let's move down here to the GT7 class. Finishing second in GTC7, the number 3 of Lou Urio is Lou here. Where is Lou? Lou around here? I'll tell you what, there he comes. I know, you gotta get that drink in there. You had one heck of a battle. I think I moved around in the announcer's booth more than anybody watching you and Ariel Yerman race on and off pretty much the entire event. You guys dropped back a little bit from event, but then you guys started to catch them. Talk about that battle here tonight with that to get up in that second place.
It was a blast. It was a total blast. I don't know what you want to say. It was great. I had a ton of fun.
Lost some words already. He's ready for a drink. I tell you what, Lou, great, fantastic race. Who do you want to thank your person sponsors? Who do you want to thank for some sponsors?
Corporate Motorsports, 100%. They set us up for the year. And PCA, the lighting, unbelievable. I raced there for sanctions at night, and the lighting was good.
I tell you what, it was great for the fans to watch that streaming. I tell you what, my passion went up and down as you were racing. So they got some nice trophies over there. And your winner in the GTC7 in that 179 of Ben Wallace. Where's Ben? Here he comes. Come on up here, Ben. Tell you what, Ben, you started out really, really strong. You jumped way out in front, and then traffic kind of catch you a little bit from what we could see on the screen. You ended up with a 1.7 second over Lou and Uriel, but I tell you what,
Talk about that race because it came down to the very end.
Just got a good start and just kept going, and I know what all the speed works now.
There you go. He's got it all, man. Got it all right there. So, tell you what, that's going to wrap up our class stuff. What I'm going to do here is we're also going to do one more thing. We're going to give the top 3 drivers from the whole entire list, okay? So we're going to go there. Finishing third, and then if these drivers are here, I want them to stand up here so they can get some photos and some pictures. So finishing third overall, and he won in your GTC 8 class. That's the 100 of Jonathan Wiseman. Is Jonathan still here? There you go. Stand right there. Second overall, and your winner actually in the GTA 3, and that's the 128 of Bob Mueller. Bob here. Bob, are you still here? I know you're over there probably getting a drink. You had one heck of a battle yourself. Come on up here and stand next to Jonathan White. Let's get you over here on this, sit right inside there. And your overall winner and your winner in the GT3A, and that's the 313 of Tony Carlixis. Tony in the house. Tell you what, Tony, real quick, we're going to get to the overall winner. You jumped out for a huge leap, but you had a little bit of a scare there, I believe. Real quick, talk about that because that thing looks like it was getting ready to come around.
Yeah, the passing, when we started passing the boxers, it was kind of scary, but all that time it was so much fun. I kind of felt like a GT car compared to them, you know, it's like the speeds, the closing speeds and everything. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. I hope you guys are going to do it every year. And could I thank one person for getting my car ready? So 2 weeks ago I didn't even have a car, and Wyatt from Bridge 2 Motorsports, the guy who made my car from being undrivable to what it is now, and I'm really grateful for these guys, and yeah, hopefully we can have some more fun tonight.
As I said, one heck of a race for these drivers right here. A lot of give and take. Let's go ahead and get some pictures. I'm going to jump in here. That's the top 3 overall here in our 9th sprint race. As we wrap up our coverage here for this evening, I think we've got one more event here, one more giveaway that we want to do here. So we're going to see here. I think that is going to be for the, well, you know what? He's standing right up here, so we're not going to let him leave. We're going to go ahead and stand right here. So we're going to go ahead and do one more thing here before we give it back. So we've got the 9th race of the Workers' Choice Award. And you know what? You both are standing here looking at me because you two are kind of the finest. So we're going to see what it is. So right now, what I just got word is you, Jonathan, are the 9th Workers' Choice Award winner for this evening's 9th race. So another great thing. So I'll tell you what, great race, Bob. I'll tell you what, we haven't really talked to you, but I'm going to take an extra second here. You're not allowed to spray that on me because I don't want to do anything. So real quick, talk about your race for, quick couple seconds and then who you think sponsors and we'll wrap this up.
Yeah, my race was really fun. It was so fast that if the 2 guys had passed me and gave me a reason to try to get back and pass them, yeah, I would have been all right. So it was actually good that I got past it.
Well, there you go. I'll tell you what, Bob, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And I'll tell you what, guys, we're going to wrap it up here for down here at the party. We're going to see you guys tomorrow. We will be back on the air live at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So that's the screen right there. So again, if you're not here at the racetrack, you can watch it on YouTube. If you're here at the racetrack, we are streaming it around. So I'm going to send it back up to the guys here so we can close out the stream. And you guys have a fantastic evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.
If I could have your attention for just one more minute. As I said before, there are silent auction items on all the exhibitors' tables. Make sure there's something you want to bid on. If you do, we're going to close the silent auction in 5 minutes. So racers, if you want to look at things, I'll tell you what, we'll get it 10 minutes. Racers, if you want to look at things, you might have something there. Thanks.
And guys, hey, a quick one as well from all of us, including the stewards. Is that night